Hello, nerdy types. It is. It's stream time, and we're going to be doing a second attempt at the House of Hell tonight. Before I start, I'm just going to say hello to people who are in chat because they seem to be quite busy already. So we've got School of the Ages. Hello, School of the Ages. Elfbait, who is on the other side of the chat wall tonight. Halakar. No, you don't get to munchkin the adventure by spending the night in the car. Elle's here. Hello, Elle. Hey, we've got anyone else? Anyone else? For those who on Wednesday, you'll have heard Mrs. Geek coughing her lungs up. She's still got a bit of a cough, but she's taken my daughter football training tonight. And they usually stop for a drink afterwards. So I have the house not to myself. My son is in his room, but he's silent. He's just sat on his Xbox. So we haven't got Mrs. Geek coughing along with it tonight. I do have wine to help, and it's actually a very, very girly rosé. My wife works at a school, and she got given bottles of wine from various parents last Christmas. She doesn't drink wine at all because she was sick on it before we were married. She was very poorly, and so I now have wine. Cheers. Sorry, the glass, it's not really a wine glass, but it doesn't matter. All right. Elf, let's see, where are we? I have another character prepared. This character has got same skill as the previous one. But a little bit lower luck, a little bit lower fear, and a bit more stamina. So let's see what happens. I suppose you want me all to dive into the book straight away, because that's why you're all waiting here. Because sadly not. Right. Let's see if we can behave ourselves and get on with things tonight. So I'm not going to read the full introduction like I did last time. Safe to say it is that old trope of your car breaks down, it's a storm, and there's a house nearby, and there's a lot. So you wander up to the house to see if you can use the phone. That's all you need to know. But I am going to start from number 1. So we might be treading over a bit of the ground we went through last week. But there's a chance to make different decisions. Are you ready? House of Hell. Attempt number 2. You climb the creaking steps up to the front door and pause to catch your breath. Even though you ran all the way up the drive from the car, you are soaked through. Your feet are wet. Judging by the number of puddles you stepped into in the dark, the drive needs a small fortune spending on repairs. But under the porch, you are out of the storm. And you brush the rain from your clothes before turning towards the door. The rain is still pelting down, but an eerie silence hangs in the air. No lights are on downstairs. You step back off the porch to check the upstairs window, which attracted your attention earlier. Nothing. No lights. The whole place seems to be deserted. But then you remember the time. 5 minutes to midnight. Everyone in the house has probably gone to bed. An owl hoots in the distance and a shiver runs down your spine. The situation is a little scary. Here you are in the middle of nowhere at some strange rundown old house about to wake up whoever lives inside at midnight. They certainly won't be too pleased, but you have no choice if you're going to make your appointment tomorrow. You must reach a telephone to call for help, so you step up to the front door. From the left-hand side of the house, a dull glow catches your attention. A light has been turned on. You breathe a sigh of relief. At least someone is awake. You consider your options. There is an elaborate knocker in the middle of the door and a bell pull hanging down to the right. Will you wrap the door with the knocker, pull the cord, or creep around the house to investigate the light? Over to chat. We only have 4 people on at the moment, according to my counter thing. So it might be quite a quick decision. So Halakar wants to check the light. Why every character does have some skill in auto mechanics, I will never understand. Well, that wouldn't make for a horror, would it? If in a horror film, if everyone fixed their car that breaks down and just drive away, it doesn't work. It doesn't. Right. Okay. Might write down the page number chosen before turning at choices this time. I only cocked up once. That's always turn on the damned lights. Right. Okay. We're going for investigate the light this time. Remember the number 289. 289. You walk from the porch round the side of the house. A light is indeed on, and it's shining through a window at the back of the building. Do you wish to go round to see if you can see anything at this window, or will you walk up to one of the other windows along the side wall to see whether you can enter the house without anyone knowing? Elfbait, because the lights don't work. If you're playing Call of Cthulhu and it doesn't mention a light switch, you have a luck roll at that point, and hopefully you've spent your luck and you fail the luck roll and the light switch doesn't work. And you have an option here. Do you want to go round to see if anything at the window? Why are you going to try and creep into the house and enter without anybody knowing? Waiting for chat to make up their mind. El says enter. Halakar says check the lit window. I need a deciding vote. The next vote gets it. Enter or check the lit window. Anybody else can have a go? I did say the next vote gets it, and this was a split-second decision here. School of the Ages went for creep. Elfbait's trying to vote twice. Right, okay. I'm going to have to go with what I said. The first answer gets it. So 2 people have said creep in before Elfbait got in with that look in the window. We are going to try and enter the house without anyone knowing. 137. You walk up to a large window. Make a disguise check, Elfbait. You walk up to a large window which looks as though it may not be quite closed, but there are heavy bars across it. Of course, even if you were able to open the window, you would never manage to squeeze through the bars. The house is certainly well protected from intruders. Do you want to continue around the house to see where the light is coming from? Go back to the front door to pull the rope or use the knocker. So here we have the option of checking out the light or going back to the front door with the rope or the knocker. Light, rope, knocker. Light, rope, knocker. Anybody? Light. L says light. L for light. Walk towards the light, Carol Ann. Don't know where it comes from. I have heard that before. I don't know where it comes from. All right. You're all quicker than Elfbait here. Tonight. Really looking for fake moustaches. So we're going to walk towards the light. 345. The alphabet says light as well. Oh, it looks like we have a picture. Picture. Loaf of bread on the table. There we go. The lit window is next to a back door which leads to a kitchen. Voices are coming from the kitchen, but you cannot see anyone. Whoever is in there must be standing by the back wall, out of sight, because of course they are. You strain to hear what is being said. There appear to be two people in the kitchen, and they are talking excitedly. Master, well, this is in quotations. Master is getting ready. I'm starting to get excited. I've never been to one before. Do you really think we may be visited? Another man's voice, rather more controlled, replies, You know, I'm having doubts about this whole affair. She is so young and she came here in all innocence. I just don't know. The two men walk around the kitchen and now you can see them more clearly. They are both dressed in white gowns. One is a good deal younger than the other. Do you wish to knock on the door to see whether they will let you in, or will you wait and listen for a little longer? Knock on the door or wait and listen. A line from Polter. Okay. Walk towards the light, Carol Ann. So, shall we knock on the door to see whether they'll let us in? Because, of course, they're not going to be bad at all. Or shall we wait and listen for a little bit longer? Chatter being sensible. Hello, Barney Fraggles. You must be our fifth person to join. Right. Wait and listen. Turn to number 68. The younger man turns to the older one and angrily says, The master's teachings are not for the faint-hearted. You know of his power and his promises to us all. Perhaps you are no longer strong enough to stay with us. The older man turns away towards the window. He's hiding the look on his face, which is one of nervousness and fear. He realizes that he has said the wrong thing. No, he stammers. I'll be all right. Just a momentary week. Let us get on with the preparations. Together, the two men leave the kitchen, blowing out the candles on the way. You wonder what they were talking about. Now you must choose your next move. Pardon me. Will you try the kitchen door to see whether you can sneak inside? Or go back around the front and knock on the door? So we're going to try and sneak into the kitchen? Or are we going to go back around the front and knock on the door? Just put up to 6 people watching. Sneak into the kitchen. I choose crime. People watching. So whoever just arrived has just left. Looks like sneaking has got it. Sneaking. So let's go to 306. The door is firmly locked. Will not enter the house this way. If you wish, you can knock at the door to try and attract the attention of the two men who were talking. If you decide to do this, you must test your luck. If you are lucky, they will hear you and come to investigate. If you're unlucky, they're out of earshot and you not get in through this way. So, shall we test our luck? See if we can the attention of the two blokes who weren't at all dodgy to let us in? Or are we going to go back to the front door and knock or pull the bell pull? So we're not going to get in the back door unless we make ourselves known to those two fellas in white. If I have a drink every time chat pauses, this could go southwards very quickly. Okay. Don't know. L thinks luck. Barney Fraggles. Oh, he's asking me a question. No, it's your decision. Your decision. Test luck. Don't want to wake the whole household. But knockers. Yes, there is the temptation of knockers. Seem to be leaning towards testing luck. Yeah. Okay. Just for the record, I do have my list of rolls from last week down the side that we never used because we died. My starting luck is 10, and my first roll on this list that you didn't know about is a 9. So I'll cross out the 9, and we have passed, but I lose a point of luck. So we are lucky, and the men come to investigate. Is that a lucky or not? You knock loudly and watch the window. A few seconds later, the two men reappear and light the candles. The older man walks towards the door. What's this? You hear the older man ask. Someone knocking at the door at this time of night? Could it be one of the brethren? I thought everyone was here. Then the two men start whispering to each other in voices too low for you to hear. You wait patiently outside in the rain until, eventually, the door opens and a voice asks, "Who is it?" Will you tell them about your predicament and ask to use the phone, or will you claim to be one of the brethren that you heard them talking about? Honest or lie? Those are options. I have a feeling this is going to work no matter which way we go. This sounds about brethren. We have one for brethren. Lie. Oh, we have to pretend to be a brother. That's 3 votes already. So 3 votes in favour of pretending to be one of the brethren. 267. Hello, David. The door opens wide and you're invited in. We thought everyone was here already, says the older man. That's cutting it a bit fine. The others are... He pauses when he sees your face, and the two men look at each other. What did you? You're feeling a little uneasy about the situation and mumble some excuse about your car breaking down. Your car? Says the man slowly. What a shame. I hope it's not too bad. From their reactions, you get the distinct impression that you have said the wrong thing. Then it dawns on you that there are no other cars around the house, although, according to these two, everyone has arrived. You try desperately to think of what to say next, and you do not notice that the younger man has crept round behind you. A hello on the back of your head, which knocks you unconscious. Lose stamina points and turn to 173. Okay, we're down to 15 stamina, and I've got to go to 173. You open your eyes. Your head is spinning, and it is some time before you are fully aware of the fact that your hands and feet are bound. Remember this one from before. The room you are in is empty, but you work out a plan. You will hop over to the window, break the glass, and use it to cut yourself free. Aha, we've gone to the same place as when we got drugged last time. Pulling yourself to your feet is awkward, but you manage it. With a mixture of hops and shuffles, you arrive at the window. Outside, the wind is blowing the rain against the window panes. Will you go ahead and smash the window with your hands? Something of a risky business. Or will you instead test your luck? Shall we test luck? Or shall we not test our luck? Halakar, go and sit on the naughty step. Stealth is not a verb. So, Luck or not luck? Luck, not luck. So my current luck is 9. The next number on my list of rolls is a 7. We passed, but that means my luck drops to 8. Okay. 136. Were you lucky or unlucky? If you are lucky, no, we aren't a ninja. You're right. If you were lucky, you managed to escape the splintering glass without harm. If you're unlucky, the glass cut your wrist. We were lucky, so no harm. You cut yourself free and massage your wrists to get the circulation moving again. Then you walk over to the door to try it. It's not locked. You try the handle, open it a little, and look outside. Your room floor landing. There is a balustrade, and looking over the banisters, to your left, there are 2 doors in the corner of the landing, which runs along to the right. If you wish to go this way, turn to 208. I'm going to tell you that bit. Looking to. So, shall I say that again? To your left, there are 2 doors in the corner of the landing, which runs along to the right. Shall we go that way? Or looking to our right, the landing runs past another door, then turns to the left. So, do we go right or do we go left? We're 22 minutes into the stream. Last time we died after about 55 minutes. So let's see if we can last a little bit longer. 33 to beat that record. Looks like we're going right because we can't. My chat log thing says 5. It keeps flicking between 5 and 6. And we've got 3 votes for right. So we go right. Turn to 33. A short distance further along the balcony, you arrived at a door written on the nameplate. Shall we try this door? Or shall we continue? The landing turns to the left at this point. So shall we follow the landing or shall we try the Azazel door? My screen keeps flicking, so hopefully I'm not freezing too much on the stream. But Halakar wants to see the other names on the doors. I don't like the sound of Azazel, but I don't like the sound of the names of the doors. So we got 1 vote for Azazel, 1 vote for continue on the landing. 5 people in chat. 3 gets a majority. Landing. I seem to remember L going for landing every single time last time, so let's have some bit of consistency. Okay. You don't want to try the Azazel door. We follow the landing. You follow the landing door on the right-hand side. A nameplate identifies it as the Erasmus Room. If you wish to enter this room, turn to this page. Ahead of you at the end of the passageway is another door. So shall we go on to the other door or shall we enter Erasmus? Ooh. So we've got 2 votes for the other door. No one's interested. Erasmus doesn't sound as bad as the others. Oh, okay. I'll bow to your greater knowledge of literature. Barney Fraggles, I don't know if you can always come back. It's unless you hold your finger in the page and cheat. Right. The vote seems to be checking the last door. Okay. I'm going to hold my hand up now and say I don't watch icky films and films with lots of red stuff in. I might run Call of Cthulhu games, but I don't watch those sort of films because I'm squeamish. My big girl's blouse. You wouldn't know that if you ever played in one of my Call of Cthulhu games, because I do go into quite the detail at times, but I don't mind reading it. I don't mind imagining it. I don't like watching it. So when it comes to films, I'm an absolute wuss. So we'll go to the other door. In terms of violence, Lord of the Rings is about my limit. Anyway, at the end of the corridor, ahead of you is a stout wooden door. While you are considering whether or not to try this room, a noise behind you startles you. You spin around only to find that the wind is rustling wall hangings. There's nothing to be afraid of. You turn back and are amazed to find a faint white figure has appeared in front of you. Woo! Picture. Where was I in the text? This apparition is a young woman in her early 20s with flowing hair. She is dressed in a white dress which has seen better days. It is ripped and torn. "Oh, thank God I've found you in time," she says. "I must talk to you immediately. Come, let us go into this room." Will you follow her into the room, or do you suspect a trap and would rather turn back? And I have to add fear point because, yeah. Call of Cthulhu, make a sanity check. Call of Cthulhu. Said Call of Cthulhu, drink. Sadly, it's not in the text here to ask her what she's doing tomorrow. So, do we follow her into the room or do we run away? Elle says follow. Follow, always. Well, very, very confident with that one. It's not the point. We're trying to survive. Unless you want to. Have you got work to do? Is that what am I to work? It's a trap. We got in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Ooh. Right. We have got 2 going for follow, 1 going for it's a trap, 3 going for follow. We're following. We're following. Right. Okay. Follow her in. Ooh, this is a long one. To enter the room, he passes right through the door. You, of course, must use more traditional methods. You handle and walk into the Apollyon room. An elegant bedroom. Fine floor-length curtains hang along one wall. An enormous bed with lace coverings is against another wall, and opposite stands a beautiful dressing table with a huge mirror. The woman hovers in the center of the room and bids you to sit down on the bed. Your coming here has been no accident, she starts, and I must warn you of the terrible dangers you will face here. This house is ruled by the Master, a powerful black priest of the night named Kelnor, Earl of Druma. I would guess that you are to be offered to the demons of hellfire if you survive that long. Yesterday they trapped a girl, a pretty young district nurse who happened to call. She is to be offered tonight. I cannot let this devilry continue. There must be some way it can be stopped. If you can find the Chris knife, you might defeat Kelnor, for this weapon is his only weakness. Please help me. You will probably find it in... No! Quick, we are discovered. I can hear the hounds. Go, leave this room. You stop. She was right. You can hear barking getting rapidly closer. She motions to you, pointing at the door. You run to the door and peer outside. Nothing. The barking gets louder, and you turn back towards the ghost, who seems to be struggling with something. She is involved in a fight with two huge ghostly Great Danes which are snapping and clawing at her. You take a step forwards, but it is hopeless. Cannot help, as you cannot even touch the beasts, and your help would have been very welcome because the dogs are too powerful for her. She is weakening, and as she does so, her image fades. Moments later, she disappears completely. Satisfied that their job has been done, the two Great Danes disappear also. You are alone. Now, what will you do? Do you want to help her, as she asked, or would you rather just try and escape from the house? Okay, so are we accepting the mission from the quest giver, or are we going to try and leg it? While you're deciding, that's the end of the first half a pint of wine. Cheers. We have one vote for help. 2 votes for help. We'll destroy the entire storyline. Well, I have a feeling if we try and run away, we're just going to die. I mean, that's the way these things work, isn't it? Elfbait is role-playing. We do have a nurse to rescue. And you know what they say about nurses. I can say those sort of things when the wife's not here. So we've got 3 votes for rescuing the nurse. All right, off we go. Help her as she asked. We are a hero. Rah. We are lawful good. They do bandage wounds. They might offer extras. You consider your best plan as you walk down the passageway. You turn right along the landing, and 2 doors are on your left. The first has Azazel written on its nameplate, and the second, Mephisto. Do you want to try to... Typo. It says here, do you want to try... No, it's not a typo. That's me reading ahead of myself. I'm adding an extra word in there. Do you want to try either of these rooms? If so, you can go for the Azazel room, we can go for the Mephisto room, or we can pass them by and just head down the landing. So we go Azazel, Mephisto, or landing. I have to drink when you take time answering. It does look like we lost Erasmus. Wonder if that's cost us. L says landing. A bit of a meme going here now. Barney Fraggle wants a bit of Azazel. 7 people in chat now, so I need 3 votes for one answer to go for it. So landing, Azazel, or Mephisto. Two for landing, 2 for Azazel. Next vote gets it. And Elfbait, you can't put on a wig and disguise yourself to get the next vote. The beard gives you away. "36 minutes, we've survived this time. 19 to go to beat last time. So we still have 2 landings, El and Halakar, and 2 Azazels, Elfbait and Barney Fraggles. One more chat person to make a decision. School of Ages has to go for Mephisto, so we're on 2-2-1 now. There are 2 more people who are watching who haven't. Oui, Elfbait. Bonjour, Monsieur Elfbait. I do need one more. Do another disc. Otherwise, I'm going to roll dice for it. And at the moment, it's 50-50 between landing and Azazel. No, nobody else seems to want to answer. So, okay. A D6. 1 to 3 landing, 4 to 6 Azazel. It is a 2. We go around the landing. You walk up to the 2 doors in the corner of the balcony. The one on your left is named Balthus, and the front of you has no name. Do we go in the Balthus room, or do we go through the other door? Or do we continue further around the landing? Balthus, other door, and continue around the landing. Eight people in chat now. We are starting to build. Not as many as last time. It's too late to change to Azazel. We've missed out on that. Right, Barney Falls is okay. We've got L going for other door. He's changed his plans here. Barney Fraggles is going for continue around the landing. Last time we had about 15 people making decisions. It's maybe if I start this at 9 o'clock, we might get more people in more quickly. I don't know. Is 8 o'clock a bit too early for you over the wrong side of the Atlantic? Okay, we've got 2 for continue, 2 for other door. No one likes Balthus. What about the new people in chat? Say hello. Announce yourself. Make a decision. Or you can just choose to lurk and ignore orders from an old Brit and annoy me. I don't get annoyed by lurkers. Stupid. All right, 1 vote for Balthus. So we're on 2 for other door, 2 for continue, 1 for Balthus. Ten people in chat now. Just 5 votes. That means 5 people in chat haven't voted. Vote, boys. Vote, or girls, if there's any girls here. Any girls? Probably not. 11 people in chat. Vote. For the new people who've just joined, we have a choice of entering the Balthus room, continuing around the landing, or entering the unmarked door. Sometimes your comments come too late if you might be slightly lagging on the stream. Oh. That was my internet going wobble. If Major's Musings was here, he would have hacked it. Hello, Praxis. Hello, E.T. Bass. Hello, Grand Admiral Ahab. Right, that's 3 of the lurkers. Hello, lurkers. Right, we're going for the other door. Okay, that's 86. 86, L, remember that. The door opens into a narrow passageway which ends at a window. There's a door halfway along the left-hand side, and a sign on the door identifies it as the Diabolus Room. That's where we died last time. By this door, say so. If you wish to investigate the window, if you say so. If you're not keen to do either and would prefer to go through the door and continue along the landing, say so. So, Diabolus Room, which is where we died last time, we are trying to survive a bit longer. The window or landing? Window. I remember last time there was something written on the window. So, maybe, yeah, I think a few people here might remember that as well. Window, 4 windows. Yeah, well, it looks like we're going for the window. Okay, 110. Curtains are drawn across the window, and you approach cautiously. You gingerly pat the folds in the curtain and are relieved to find nothing there. Although they seem to be safe, you are still on your guard as you draw them apart. As you do so, a thunderclap booms outside and makes you jump. But you are safe. A perfectly ordinary window is uncovered. However, the heavy iron bars on the outside are a little worrying. Through the window, you can see nothing but the rain running down the pane of glass, but curiously, the rain is avoiding one area. Could it be that the wind is blowing the rain from this corner? You bend down to take a look. Written in the condensation which formed on the glass is a message. You read 3 words: Mordana in Abaddon. You repeat this message to yourself and rub it off the window in case anyone else should see it. Writing it down. Played these books before. Not played this book for a long time, apart from last week when we lost. This message may be useful to you, and you will realize when it is. Okay, so it says here, if we get to a point where that is going to be useful, we turn to reference 88, but don't go there yet. Now we must head back to the landing and turn left. A short distance further on, you come to the top of the main staircase, which leads downwards. Immediately opposite the staircase is an unmarked door. Shall we go downstairs, try the unmarked door, or continue around the landing? Downstairs, unmarked door, or landing? Was the Diabolus Room where we died last time? Must not be. I remember doing the window and then heading on a bit. Halakar says unmarked door. Grand Admiral Ahab says unmarked door. L says door. E.T. Bass says door. Barney Fraggle says landing. So we've got 4 votes for door. Praxis says unmarked door. 5 votes for door, so landing can't beat door at this point. Unmarked door. Halakar remembers. Right, okay. Didn't we find a knife in the pantry? Yes, not metagaming. You have to metagame to win these books. You step into a small storeroom and close the door behind you. There are shelves on the left and right, walls, well remembered Halakar, on which various household objects are stored. In front of you, in the wall facing the door, is another door. What do you want to do? Will you search through the things on the shelves, try the door opposite, or go back to the landing? Faulty garlic. We never got a chance to use it because we walked up and said, hello, vampire. The School of Egging. We're not on stairs now. We've got shelves, door, or landing. Search, search, search. Search. Full search. Only 9 people watching. Someone's buggered off. Shelves. There we go. 5 for shelves. Yeah, this is a knife and some garlic. If so, good. Various items of crockery, cutlery, and food are kept in the storeroom, including a sharp meat knife, which you might like to hide under your coat to use as a weapon in the future. It'll allow me to add 3 my skill points in a fight. Yes. So it restores my skill to its full total, which is 10. On one shelf, you find several cloves of... here's the faulty garlic as well. Several cloves of garlic. Also an unlabeled bottle of a white liquid on another shelf. Shall we drink the white liquid? Or shall we ignore the liquid and try the door at the back of the storeroom? Or shall we landing? Drink. Door at the back of the storeroom or landing? Drink, door, landing. School of Ages is definitely lagging. You're about 30 seconds behind on the stream, I think. Most people are in America playing this, are in America or Canada. I know. So it's probably just that your stream is a little bit behind. Now, coating the knife with a liquid is not an option. It isn't. If you know it to be a poison, I don't know. I've not played the book for years, apart from the bit where we died to last time. But I am very tempted to turn this book into a Call of Cthulhu adventure. And of course, I play Call of Cthulhu. They can do what they like, can't they? So you could coat it. Yeah. In say America, it's like when you say in America, say England for America. As we know when Americans say England, they mean Britain. So landing, door, landing, door. Got 4 landings. 4 landings and 3 doors at the moment. 4 landings, 3 doors, and only 8 people watching now, so someone's disappeared. America is a continent as well as a country. I mean, USA, everyone knows USA is America. But no, quick question, is North America a separate continent to South America? Because there is the 7 continent model, there is the 3 continent model, there's the 5 continent model. I'm going off on tangent. It looked like we're voting for landing. 1, 2, I've got 3 doors and 4 landings, so we're going to go landing. 2, 3, 3. A few steps past the unmarked door is another unmarked door. Shall we try this one, or shall we ignore it? So try this door or ignore it. No, let's not go with it. It might be hard to imagine, but I've actually got a degree in geography, and that's why I know about all the different models in terms of what defines a continent and all that sort of stuff. You didn't know that about me before, did you? I have a degree in geography. Hello, Mage's Musings. I need to know who's making the decisions for Mage's Musings. Is it Merlinster Gandaldor, or is it Ace-Eric Because if it's Melinda Gandaldor, then I will trust the answers you give. If it's Ace-Eric, then I suggest everyone does the opposite to what he says. Hello, Ricardo. So we've got try the door. Door. Right, okay. Turn to 98. All right. You open the door cautiously at first, but all you can see is darkness. So you swing it wide open. Ah! You scream out loud as a body topples forward on top of you. Lovely. Love the artwork. Look at that. The body is that of an old man, and judging by the expression on his face, his death was not a pleasant one. You must add 3 fear points. I'm on 4 fear points now. My fear, if I hit 9 fear, I'm dead. I'm on 4. But I panic and run off around the landing. Ricardo, we are playing Call of Cthulhu tomorrow, and there is still 1 seat left at the table. It's the second session of Forget Me Not. 2 players played the first session, and we've got 2 more joining us for the second session, which is fine because amnesia is part of the storyline. So if anyone does want to turn up tomorrow for the second session of Forget Me Not, there is 1 character left, and you're welcome to play it. 2 p.m. UK time is when we start. Major's musings, I don't believe you. Minister Gandaldor wouldn't beat around the bush. He'd be very direct, as he says. Anyhow, the landing turns right and a passage branches off. You may either turn left down the passage and pass a couple of doors before turning left again, or turn right and continue to follow the landing. And yes, indeed, Ricardo, the artwork in most fighting fantasy books is fantastic. Cheers, Praxis. Cheers, Praxis. Hopefully we might still be going in more than 2 minutes, then we'll set a record. So do we turn left or follow the landing? Rule of left. You're right, General Nut. I've just got your message on Discord. I can't reply to it yet because I'm doing this, but I have read the message while they were making decisions. See you, Barney. Kids have awoken. What time of day is it? It's 5 to 9 here in the night. Right. Halakar thinks that left will take us back to the window. Well, shall we find out? Everyone says to go left. If I start burping a bit, just blame the wine. I've nearly finished my second half pint of it. You are standing by 2 doors, and each has a nameplate. Ahead of you is the Asmodeus Room, or as you say in America, Asmodeus, I believe. You may try this room by turning to this page. It's the Iblis Room. Or shall we follow the corridor until it turns left? So, shall we follow the corridor, or shall we try the Asmodeus Room, because the name of an archdevil in D&D is not going to be troublesome at all? Or shall we try the Iblis Room, which sounds much more peaceful? Surely someone will know where the name Eblis comes from. I don't, because I'm a heathen and I haven't watched many horror films or read many books. Corridor. Oh, is Asmodeus the one where we died? Oh, is Asmodeus the one we died last time, the one with the vampire? Right, okay. I'm showing up my lack of knowledge. The one who knows it all. I'm proving that I'm not. You will know far. Why do you watch my stuff when you know far more than me? Right. Corridor. What we got? We got 1 corridor, 2 corridor, 3 corridor, 4 corridor. 1 go for Eblis. So 4 versus 1. 1 more vote for corridor, says the corridor. I'll give you another 10 seconds or so. Oh, Eblis indeed. I don't remember Eblis. Are they Monster Manual 2? Where is it? Let's move up. There we are. Are they? Can't remember them. Ah. Right. Okay. I don't remember Eblis for some reason. Got a mind blank on those. When I was about 14, I had every single set of stats for AD&D memory. My friends on the train used to pull a book out and start reading from the top. And 9 times out of 10, I could name the monster they were reading out by the time they got to hit dice. It was a little game we used to play. Very sad. Very sad. Anyhow, where were we? It does appear to be people are going for, because I think I've only got 1 vote for Eblis. So 252. 252, Al, remember that? We've now survived for 58 minutes, so we are well ahead of our record. Okay, the corridor ends at a stout wooden door with Shaitan written on it in a nameplate. It's Shaitan with 2 A's in it, so it's not a swear word. To your right is the Mammon Room, and to your left is another door, but this one has no name. So, do we wish to try any of these doors? Shall we enter Shaitan? Shall we enter Mammon? Or shall we enter the nameless one? Or shall we turn back and follow the landing? I'm not swearing, YouTube. It's Shaitan, spelled Shaitan. You know, you watch my videos on YouTube. Most of you probably do anyway. There is another video on YouTube which features me, which isn't on my channel. I don't know if any of you have ever seen. If you go to YouTube, don't do it now. Go to YouTube and type in Mastermind Joy Division, and you'll see me 10 years ago on the world's on probably Britain's toughest quiz show, answering questions about my favorite band. Anyway, I need to probably download that and put it on my own channel just to get get some more visibility, I guess. But anyhow, let's have less videos. We've got no name, no name, no name, name, nameless one. Change. Was Shytown where we died last time? Are you all changing your vote for the landing now? Does appear to be that way. Yeah, it looks like it. So we've got L going for landing, Halakar going for landing, Music's going for landing. Ricardo has hedged his bets and gone for nameless one, or landing. Elfbait goes for the nameless one. General Nut goes for nameless one. I think we're leaning towards landing here. Okay. Landing it is. And it's the wine. You follow the landing around past a wooden door which bears the name Tutivilus. Remember that name for D&D. You may try this door, or straight ahead, the landing ends at a panelled wall and the passageway turns to the left. Yes, I have just doxed myself, haven't I? Ricardo has Googled. Yes, that's me. I am a Jonathan. That's why I'm a John without an H. And yes, my specialist subject was Joy Division, and I got 3 questions wrong, and one of them was the easiest question you can possibly ask about Joy Division, because I outthought it. I thought it has to be somebody else, and it wasn't. And Joy Division are the greatest band ever to have existed. They're even better than The Cure, even better than Tool, even better than the Sisters of Mercy. Yep. Right. So what option? We're down to 7 in chat. So 3 people. We were up to 12 at one point. So 5 people. 2 people said bye, but 3 people have obviously got bored and left. We've got left, and ahead at the moment. Well, left is ahead. It's rush, so hush. I don't know. Itty Bass. It's think about things. So we don't want to go into Titivilus. We're going to follow the passageway around, aren't we? So we ahead and then turns to the left. I don't remember Titivilus. I think Titivilus was weak comparatively in D&D, from what I remember. You follow the path around the corner to the left. 2 doors face each other across the passage, and you may try either the door on the left to the Belial room, or the door on the right to the Abaddon. Straight ahead continues a few meters before entering an unmarked door. So, do we try Belial, however you pronounce it, Abaddon, or do we try the unmarked door? And there is the option here to turn back and go back down and go downstairs. We did hear something about Abaddon earlier, didn't we? So I have a feeling that might be the answer here. Back up to 8 people. Still half the number from last time. Maybe try a different book next week. Abaddon, unmarked, straight ahead. Now, for those who haven't caught this later on, we did get a message about somebody being in Abaddon. So whether that's a clue, the window said Morgana in Abaddon. Two for unmarked, one for Abaddon, one for ahead. If unmarked gets another vote, we go there. One for Abaddon, two for Abaddon, two for unmarked now. Waiting for one more vote, or do we turn to the dice? I need to slow down on the wine. Looks like we don't have any more votes. We don't have any more votes. So, General Nut, you've been outvoted. You're the only one who wants to go for ahead. So, out comes the D6 again. 1 to 3, Abaddon. 4 to 6, ahead. 1. Abaddon. You enter a bedroom. It is lit by a single candle burning by the bedside. A heavy, musty odor hangs in the air, which could come from all the plants which are standing in pots on the mantelpiece, beside table, dresses, and shelves. Whoever used room certainly, I think it's too late now. I've lost the page. I think, don't matter. Whoever used this room certainly likes, but another sight catches your attention and stops you in your tracks. Asleep in the bed is an old woman. It seems that she has not heard you, for she has not moved since you entered the room. Do you wish to leave her in peace? Do you wish to walk over and wake her? Or shall we attack her? So, do we leave the sleeping old woman in peace? Do we walk over and wake her? Or do we stab her? Hello, Munchy Getcho. I haven't got the fireball. It'd be far too easy if this was the nurse. But I'd be very disappointed this old woman was the nurse after it was all bigged up earlier. We're hoping the nurse is 25 years old. Hourglass figure, perhaps? Okay, we've got wake, run away, leave. We haven't got the portraits this time. That was in the other way in, so we haven't got anything from the portraits. So we're going to wake her up. I wonder if her name is Morgana. Ooh, we have a picture. Oh, there we are. There we are. Old lady in the bed. You step over to the bed and shake the old woman gently. But as soon as you touch her withered skin, you jump back in horror. She is stone cold. Dead. Add 2 fear points. Oh, joy. As you stand by the bed shivering, a low moan comes from the body. Its eyelids flick open and pure white eyes stare up at the ceiling. She has no pupils. Do you wish to wait and see what will happen next? Or will you beat a tree and return to the passage? So do we wait and see what happens? Go. Just adding a bit of fog for atmosphere. Beat her and return to the passage. We've gone past the beating option. We can't beat her. Right, we've got leave, corridor, go, wait. 4 going for run away. So 4 of us are running away. That's what we do. Having explored most of the rooms upstairs, you decide to risk searching the ground floor. You follow the landing back round to the staircase and creep downstairs. Railroad. It's sending us downstairs. Okay, so all those rooms we could have entered, we can't enter the looks of things. You leave the room cautiously. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong one. Walk down the stairs cautiously, looking in every direction. There is no one about. In the hallway below, you may choose to try either a door on the left, a door on the right, or see if you can walk up to the front door and open it. Okay, door on the left, door on the right, or shall we try and go up to the front door and get the hell out of here? We've lasted 17 minutes longer than last time. General Nut wants to run away. Ricardo wants to run away. L says left. Halakar says right. Major's Musing says, flee for your lives. E.T. Bass says no name room. There are 2 no name rooms here, one on the left, one on the right. So we've got a runaway, right, left, front door, front door. So we're on 3 front doors at the moment. Way! Elf Bates vote gets it. 2-2-2. 2-2-2. You grip the handle, turn it, and slowly pull the door open. The noise of the storm raging outside becomes loud. You start to walk through the doorway, but stop and gasp. Your eyes frozen wide open. Standing in the doorway before you is a hooded figure, but its face is not human. Instead, the head is that of a goat, and its mouth is red with blood, which is dripping onto the ground. Its dead eyes stare vacantly upward. The sight terrifying. And you must add 3 fear points, which ends our adventure. And turn around, except we don't, because I've hit the fear not dead, and that is the picture of the goat head. Marvelous artwork. Look at that, blood dripping from a goat head. That's not nice, is it? That's really not nice. And we've died. That thump means we've failed. I don't think we were very close, Ricardo. I really, really don't think we were very close, because we never found the Chris knife. We never even got down to wherever things are happening. No, we've died of fear, Halakar. We don't even have the opportunity to do anything here. Ho hum. It was Elf Bates vote. The alphabet got in before you, Munchy Getcha. So you might be able to go to -10 hit points, but we can't go to above 9 fear, unfortunately. Our fear was 9, and we've hit 9 fear, and that means we've died. You know what I'm going to say now? You know what I'm going to say now? Are you up for another book? Because the wife's clearly stopped for a drink, and my daughter's 18, and my daughter can drive. And just let me check. They've gone in my wife's car. So they're probably having a drink at the club. I can start another book if you want right this minute. We can have another character going, and it's up to you guys whether you want to stay and do another one or just wait till next week, because I'm easy. I've got that much of my bottle of wine left. And right, okay. Let me get another. You're at work for another hour and 15 minutes. Poor you. I finished work nearly 4 hours ago. Left. E.T. Bass. Are you lagging, E.T. Bass? Are you lagging? Right. Let's have a little look at these books we've got. I've got City of Thieves here. Now, yeah. The reason I didn't pick City of Thieves for tonight is that the intro section is 6 pages long, which is going to bore you all to tears. We could play the classic Warlock of Firetop Mountain. There's lots of fights in that one. Up to you guys. I know, Ricardo, I don't remember completing this one when I was a kid. So it's up to you. Do we do Warlock? Shall we ever go at Warlock? I've played it twice and failed both times since I did my little review thing of it. Do any of you remember Warlock? I haven't got Scorpion Swamp. Today I went on not YouTube, on eBay, and I ordered the one that was written by Terry Pratchett's daughter. Can't remember its name. I also ordered a copy of what is it? Caverns of the Snow Witch. So they should be here next week. But you've got a choice. You've got cheers, School of Ages. Do Warlock, then end the stream reading those 6 pages so people have to come back to watch the stream before next week. Right. These are the 3 books I would suggest playing. Sword of the Samurai. But I think there's other mechanics in that, so I think that might require an extra bit of reading. There's Warlock of Firetop Mountain, and there is City of Thieves. But I really can't be bothered reading the 6 pages of intro out loud in City of Thieves. Shall we do Warlock? Do any of you remember Warlock? I am going to ask that again because no one answered that last time. Okay, let's have a go at Warlock. We're down to 7 people watching. Dice. Right, the way I'm going to do this is we've got to put 1 on skill, 2 on stamina, 1 on luck. And I'm going to let you lot decide, pretty much AD&D style, 4d6 rearrange. I've rolled a 6, 2 3s, and a 1. Do we put the 6 on skill? Do we put... How do we arrange them? I've got 6, 3, 3, 1. One of those is going to go on skill, 2 on stamina, 1 on luck. I know this isn't quite the rules, but... Or does nobody want to make a decision? I don't know if I'm coming through straight away and it's immediate, but... Six, 6, 1. So you're saying go for... Add 6 on the... I can't put 4 on luck, L, because you can only put 1 of the dice on luck. You put 2 dice on stamina and 1 on skill. Character creation is really, really complicated, Halakar. Skill is 6 plus 1d6. Stamina is 12 plus 2d6, and luck is 6 plus 1d6. That's as complicated as it gets. Yeah, I think we put the 12 on skill. Right. So we've used the 6. So we put the 3 on luck, giving us 9 luck, and we put the other 2 dice, the 1 and the 3, on stamina to give us 16 stamina to start with. Okay, let's hope we're lucky. We do start this with a bit of equipment. Which potion? I can't tell if E.T. Bass is lagging really badly or is just delayed on his answers. E.T. Bass, are you 30 minutes behind on the stream? We can take a potion and we can have 2 doses of it. Do we take a potion of skill, a potion of strength, or a potion of luck? I think we go for the potion of luck because it adds 1 to the initial luck when we drink it. Yeah, I'm going to pick a potion of luck. Potion of luck. I know we start with a sword and we start with armor. We don't start with any gold, but we do start with 10 rations. That's important. Right, let's just dive in. Let's just dive in with what we got. Who cares about the rest of it? Okay. Here's the artwork. That is Russ Nicholson artwork. Turn it towards the thing. There we go. Russ Nicholson artwork. At last your 2-day hike is over. You unsheath your sword, lay it on the ground, and sigh with relief as you lower yourself down onto the mossy rocks to sit for a moment's rest. I haven't read the intro, but the plot is get into Firetop Mountain and get the loot. Nothing more complicated than that. We all love a good pair of knockers. You stretch, rub your eyes, and finally look up at Firetop Mountain. The very mountain itself looks menacing. The steep face in front of you looks to have been savaged by the claws of some gargantuan beast. Sharp rocky crags jut out at unnatural angles. At the top of the mountain, you can see the eerie red colouring, probably some strange vegetation, which has given the mountain its name. Perhaps no one will ever know exactly what grows up there, as climbing the peak must surely be impossible. Your quest lies ahead of you. Across the clearing is a dark cave entrance. You pick up your sword, get to your feet, and consider what dangers may lie ahead of you. But with determination, you thrust the sword home into its scabbard and approach the cave. You peer into the gloom to see dark, slimy walls with pools of water on the stone floor in front of you. The air is cold and dank. You light your lantern and step warily into the blackness. Cobwebs brush your face and you hear the scurrying of tiny feet. Rats, most likely. You set off into the cave. After a few yards, you arrive at a junction. Will you turn west or east? When I'm doing my videos, the amount of times I stumble over words and go blah, 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 and have to stop and restart, whatever. I didn't stumble over a single word there, and I'm 3/4 of the way down a bottle of wine. So maybe that's the thing to do when I record my videos, drink 3/4 of a bottle of wine before I start. E.T., you're lagging. We're on to a different book now. We haven't got a 10-foot pole, sadly. We're not a D&D adventurer. Go West, name of an 80s pop group. Also the name of a song by Village People, covered by Pet Shop Boys. Also the name of a song by The Cult from their album Dreamtime, which is one of the best gothic rock albums ever made. Sorry, I'm a music nerd. So, E.T. Bass, door on the left. King of Wishful Thinking. Was that? Yes, it was. China Crisis did a song called Wishful Thinking, but didn't Go West do a song called King of Wishful Thinking. They did. I never owned a Village People album. I don't think I've ever done the YMCA since I was at least a teenager. Sorry, I got into dark music and started wearing black and listened to The Cure. I hit my teens. Hormones. Right. General Nut says left. West is left. So West is left. Left. Yep. We're all going left. Okay, so we're going west. Turn to 71. There is a right-hand turn to the north in the passage. Cautiously approach a sentry post on the corner. And as you look in, you see a strange goblin-like creature in leather armor asleep at his post. You try to tiptoe past him. Goblin asleep at his post. There he is. If I can hold it steady. There we go. So we've got to test our luck straight away. Right, my list of rolls here. The next roll is a 4, so we've passed. And luck drops to 8. I was never into Manowar, Ricardo, but Depeche Mode are a fantastic band. Music for the Masses is a superb album. Absolutely superb. Right. Okay, we have... If you're lucky, he doesn't wake up and remain snoring loudly, so turn to 301. Oh, it means we've crept past. We've crept past. There's no option to kill him unless we wake him up. To your left, on the west face of the passage, there is a rough-cut wooden door. You listen at the door and can hear a rasping sound, which may be some sort of creature snoring. Do you want to open the door, or shall we continue northwards? Open the door, continue northwards. Favorite Depeche Mode track? It's a live staple. Never Let Me Down Again. It is superb. Love it to bits. And I like Halo as well, from the Violator album. Two going for door, three going for north. Or we could just talk music. I'll tell you what I saw the other day. Found on YouTube 3 Indian gentlemen on a roof in Bangalore playing an acoustic version of the song Right in 2 by Tool. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. You could hear dogs barking in the background, but they were absolutely superb. Their voices and the lead guitarist, they were magnificent. Check them out. Beard of Harmony, they're called, playing Right in 2 by Tool. Absolutely superb. And they also do Teardrop by Massive Attack in another video. absolutely beautiful. Really, really nice. Black Celebration's a great album as well. Black Celebration is superb. Music for the Masses for me was the one that really got me into them. So we've got a majority going for North. Right, okay. Press on northwards, 208. Further up the passage along the west wall, you see another door. You listen at it, but hear nothing. Shall we open the door, or shall we continue northwards? E.T. Bass is definitely lagging. I don't know which comment he's replying to. But we've mentioned your lag, E.T. Bass, about half dozen times so far. And here's the last of the one. Might need to go for wee-wees in a bit. Door, door, door. Let's see the Warlock. I know you'll see this in a bit, but here's Warlock of Firetop Mountain, and there's your Warlock, but you're lagging anyway. You can sometimes, if you refresh and scroll the pointer right as far across to the right, it can be a bit, you can sometimes catch up again. But it looks like we're going for the door this time. 397. Make a note of that, L. You do know I'm going to be drunk after this. I don't handle wine very well. The door opens to reveal a small room with a stone floor and dirty walls. There's a stale smell in the air. In the center of the room is a makeshift wooden table on which is standing a lit candle. Under the table is a small box. In the far corner of the room is a straw mattress. Shall we open the box or shall we leave the room? There's no option to examine the mattress. So if you're playing D&D, you'd slice open the mattress, and there's always gold pieces hidden in mattresses, or a snake. Open the box or leave the room. With a 10-foot pole. I don't think who's playing tomorrow. We've got 4 signed up for Call of Cthulhu tomorrow. We've got Gingerbeard, who played last time. You've seen him on my streams. Omen Owl has signed up, and 2 guys who've not been on streams before, Tariff and Legbreaker, who is an Australian. So there's one more spot, but General Nut can't join in because he's already played it. Right, okay. I think everyone's going for the box. 240. The box is light, but something rattles within. Ooh. You open the lid and a small snake darts out to bite at your wrist. You must fight the snake. It's our first fight since I've been doing these. And there, look, artwork of a little diddy snake. It's only a baby, but it looks vicious. It has a skill of 5 and a stamina of 2, and I'm going to use the numbers. They are playing the same one, General Nut. You know it anyway. I did say on my stream the other night, I've got 5 Sundays in a row where I should be free soon. So I want to run Call of Cthulhu again on a Sunday evening, which might be better for American types, because the pub that I run a pub quiz in is refurbing. I'm not available on the 16th, but the other 4 Sundays. So I'll try and get another Call of Cthulhu game organized for Sunday evenings, if any of you are welcome. E.T. Bass is definitely still lagging. Skill, luck, stamina. Yeah, we went in that order. You are right. We've done what you said, but we did it 20 minutes ago. Let's kick some asp. Okay, so we've got to fight the snake. And what I'm going to do here is I've got these pre-rolled numbers. You can see the numbers on the side there. I've crossed out a few of them already. The way we do combat is 2d6 plus my skill versus 2d6 plus the enemy skill. And 2d6 plus my skill is 20. Cross off that one. 2d6 plus the enemy skill is 9. That was easy. We've killed the snake. It only had 2 stamina points. Poor little snake. The box has fallen to the ground during your fight with the snake, and out of it has fallen a bronze-coloured key. Woohoo! With a number 99 carved into it. Key, bronze, 99. You may take this key with you, noted on your equipment list, I've already done that, and leave the room. Add a luck point. Yay, we're back up to maximum luck. So, we continue and turn to 363. 363 for anyone who wants to try and remember the numbers in case I cock this up. Further up the passage on the west wall, you see another similar door. You listen at the door and grimace to hear the worst singing you have ever heard in your life. They haven't heard me doing karaoke. Do you want to go into the room to investigate this hideous din, or walk on up the passageway? I don't know many Toto songs, Halakar. I'm sorry, only Africa and Rosanna were hits in this country. But talking about karaoke, I used to host karaoke nights before I did the quizzes. And normally karaoke hosts have got decent voices and they sing to start everybody off. I used to sing at about 11 o'clock, which was closing time, to get everybody to leave. And the song I used to sing was a punk version of Nelly the Elephant. If any of you have ever heard it, by the Toy Dolls. Don't know where they're from, the Toy Dolls, but the punk version of Nelly the Elephant was quite good. I also do the Sid Vicious version of My Way, if you've ever heard that. It's about the limit of my vocal range. And I did do The Offspring, Pretty Fly for a White Guy once. I was drunk. It was terrible. And I've been known to do Word Up because it's a great record. Anyhow, have you made your decision? Do we investigate the hideous singing or walk up the passageway? I like the Sid version. I think it's great. And now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain. Right. Investigate I think everyone is going for the singing. Everyone's going for the singing. I haven't inherited my father's singing voice. He's actually a Johnny Cash impersonator. You didn't know that, did you? My dad goes to open mic evenings with proper musicians and sings Johnny Cash songs and does it properly. So he's got a really deep voice. He calls himself Johnny No Cash because his name's John as well. Right. The door opens to reveal a small room. The room is dirty and unkempt. A small mattress lies in one corner. In the center of the room is a wooden table upon which a candle burns, lighting the room with its flickering flame. A small box rests under the table. Seated around the table are 2 small creatures with warty skin dressed in leather armor. They are drinking some sort of grog. By the way they stagger to their feet on your arrival, you assume they are very drunk. Da, da, da. Oh, more Russ Nicholson art, and that's awesome. Love it. You may either draw your sword and leap forward at them, or slam the door quickly and run up the passage. So, do we kill the drunken humanoids, or do we wimp out and run away? No comments on me revealing my dad's a Johnny Cash impersonator. I thought you'd all jump at that. I like a bit of Johnny Cash. His version of Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, The Mercy Seat, is one of the best things I've ever heard. Superb. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, Hurt. Hurt is just awesome. I saw Nine Inch Nails play live twice. Hurt was always a highlight of the show. Johnny Cash's version of Hurt. Wish I could have seen him sing it. Bunch of murder hobos, aren't you? Yeah. 3 going for Kill the Goblins. 10 people in chat. Personal Jesus by Cash is fantastic. It's superb. I think it's better than the Depeche Mode version, and Depeche Mode version is one of those songs that defines them. But Personal Jesus is superb. My dad does Folsom Prison Blues. That's one of his favorites. He's done Hurt a few times, the Johnny Cash version, and his voice is so deep and gravelly. He does it really well. I've never heard him do Ring of Fire though, which is sad, because have you ever heard the Eric Burdon version of Ring of Fire? Eric Burdon was the lead singer of the Animals, and his voice was one of the most bluesy voices of the 60s. But they were a 60s pop band, sort of. But his voice was just stunning, absolutely stunning. But his version of Ring of Fire is just so breathy, and yeah. Anyhow, have I lost my place here? Oh no, I'm here. I'm all right. All right, okay. I think everybody's diving in and killing them. Normally when I do a live stream, I sometimes run out of things to say because everyone else is talking, and I feel like I'm talking to myself sometimes. But I tell you what, drinking the best part of a bottle of wine, I can talk shit all night. I get tiddly, I am a happy type. The 2 drunken orcs you now face are obviously startled at your entrance, and as quickly as they're able, they fumble around for their weapons. You must attack each one in turn. Their drunkenness allows you to add 1 point to your dice roll when rolling to work out your attack strength during each attack round. Okay. Yes, Ricardo, I am a music connoisseur. I'm absolutely tone deaf, but I like to think I like good music. And there's one thing I was listening to at work today. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. It's a song called Nova by a group called VNV Nation. They're very big in Germany, but it is such an uplifting record. It is so beautiful. That's the soft side of my music. Right, we are fighting 2 orcs anyway. Okay. Yeah, Bass, you could restart the stream. Just refresh. And general, I'm not generally into prog rock, but I do like Tool because they're heavier. And I like some Pink Floyd. Dark Side of the Moon's just an insanely good album, but some of the other albums have felt a bit odd to me. I tend to like the darker stuff. Yes, check it out. It's odd, but his voice is just unbelievable, and it still is. He's in his 70s now, and his voice is still unbelievable. Right. These have a skill of 5, and we fixed it, so I've got a skill of 12. So it looks like I'm going to batter them. First orc. I roll a 7. It rolls a 9. That's not enough for it. And I roll a 9. It rolls a 6. And oh yeah, we've killed it. We've killed it. Second orc. I roll a 6. If I roll a 6, that's 18. It rolls a 9. That's 14. Yeah, battered. Both of us next 2 dice. 4, batter again. A bit more stamina. 7. That was easy. That was far too easy. Okay. One thing I do when... Cheers, AT Bass. Thank you. One thing I do when I'm drunk, or if I get a bit tiddly, is my volume on my voice tends to go up. My wife often tells me off for it. So if I do start shouting, let me know. If we win the battle, turn to 378. You wipe your bloodied sword on the mattress. The green blood leaves a slimy stain on the straw. Stepping over the bodies towards the table, you flinch at the foul stench of the creatures. You pick up the box from under the table and examine it. It is a small wooden box with crude hinges. The name Farajo DiMaggio is inscribed on a brass nameplate on its lid. Shall we open the box, or shall we leave it behind and leave the room? What do we think of Farajo DiMaggio? Open the box or leave it behind. I might need to pause in a moment, just have a little break for 2 minutes, because I'm 50 years old and I've drunk a bottle of wine, so that means my bladder is starting to Hey, those of you my age will know what that means. Might need to go for wee-wees. 2 go for box. I've said before, I've run pub quizzes. One of my favourite pub quiz team names is "My girlfriend's not a fighter, but you should see her box." I doubt it's got a baseball in it. I know nothing about baseball. Pictures of Marilyn Monroe would be nice. I know nothing about baseball, but I have heard of Joe DiMaggio. Isn't baseball just an excuse to eat hot dogs and get hideously drunk? It's a bit like cricket. Yeah, cricket's just an excuse to eat chips and drink pints of beer. The box contains a small leather-bound book entitled "The Making and Casting of Dragonfire." You open the pages and begin to read. Fortunately, it is written in your own language, and so was probably not understood by the orcs. Otherwise, this treasure would certainly not be as loosely guarded as it was. The book is written in tiny handwriting by Farajo DiMaggio. In it, he tells the story of his life's work, the creation of the Dragonfire spell with which to fight evil dragons. You read how in his last years Farajo finally perfected it, but by then was too old to make use of it. So he completed his book, locked it in a chest, and hid it in the depths of Firetop Mountain, afraid that it might fall into the wrong hands. The last page reads, "And so, you who now hold this book, you have my life's work in your hands. The power of destruction is yours if you wish it, but do not waste it. Unless you use the spell for the purpose for which it was intended, you shall be consumed by evil itself and die by the fire from your own hands. Remember, only when the dragon breathes its fire at you should you raise your arms and say, Ekil Erif, Ekam Erif, Erif Erif, DiMaggio." Pardon me. You say these words slowly and softly. Suddenly the pages seem to glow, and as this glow disappears, so do the words on the pages of the book. You repeat the spell to yourself to memorize it and leave the room. One of the problems with having a really good microphone is if I break wind, it picks it up. So I have to cut that out of videos as well, but you can't do it on a live stream. Okay, so we have that. I'm going to write down Farajo DiMaggio. You eventually arrive at the end of the passage. At a three-way junction, you may either turn to the west or to the east. West or east? Is that at a baseball game by any chance? I'm guessing it probably is. I have heard stories about baseball games where no one goes to pay any attention to the baseball whatsoever. You just drink beer and stuff your face, get fat, get drunk, and sit in the sun. Am I right or am I right? Is that what it is? Because that is what cricket is in this country. We just sit on the grass, sit in a comfy chair, few beers, bit of food, and just go, yeah, oh, bravo, bravo. Everyone wants to go west. The passageway runs straight for several meters and then ends at a wooden door. What? $20 beers and $10 hot dogs? You're having a laugh. 20? What? I went to see the Eagles play the Jags at Wembley about 3 or 4 years ago. And I had to pay £15 for a beer and a burger. It was a big burger, and I had got chips with it. And that was bad enough. Because typically a burger and chips in Britain is about 3 or 4 quid, and a beer is about 3 quid as well. Ricardo, cricket is like baseball, but with brains. How to offend Americans in one easy. Yeah. Cricket is a combination of a ball sport and chess. It takes a lot of patience to appreciate it, but because of the way that atmospheric and pitch conditions affect it, it has this extra element. The pace of the grass, how hard the ground is, how worn the grass is, all that sort of stuff affects how the game plays. And there's also how old the ball is. You start with a shiny, hard ball, but as it goes on, it gets softer and softer, and it starts bouncing less, it's slower. But bowlers who try and spin the ball get more purchase on it because it becomes easier to grip. Anyway, we move on. The passageway runs straight for several meters and then ends at a wooden door. You listen at the door and hear angry shouting coming from within. Will you investigate or turn back? Now, I wasn't going to assume, Ricardo, that you were from Spain, even though your name does hint that you're Spanish, because there's so many countries in the world that do speak Spanish. You could easily have been from another Spanish-speaking country. It's a tongue twister after a bottle of wine. But you're Spanish. You're in Europe, so welcome to the games. It feels so nice to have someone in my own time zones. You don't need to say soccer either, because when I read football, I see football as in football, not American football. My daughter plays football. She plays for Sutton Coldfield Town Ladies. That's where she's training tonight. She's good. She's very good. Anyway, I'll stop singing her praises. She could be earning money within a year or two by playing football. The only part of Spain I've ever been to is the south coast, because I'm a Brit and we only ever go to the south coast. I've been to Mallorca as well. So, are we investigating the door then? 2 people say investigate the door. They call it soccer because you've got association football. Association is shortened to soccer. There's rugby football and American football and Gaelic rules football and Australian rules football. It's all got football in the name. So we end up calling them rugby, soccer, Aussie rules, Gaelic rules, or whatever. It's just Americans that just say football and assume they mean American football. In this country, we will say American football. Suddenly, I've got some new people joining. Hello, Mar Hawkman. Nice to see you on the stream. Saw you on there the other night. Elfbait, you're back. I think you disappeared for a while, didn't you? Are we investigating this door? We are now playing the Warlock of Firetop Mountain. We died again in House of Hell, though we lasted 76 minutes this time. Okay, so we are investigating the door. And I've finished my bottle of wine. I do need a wee in a bit. You open the door to a large room. A large chair behind a solid-looking table suggests you that someone or something of rank uses this room. A chest in the center catches your eye. In the corner of the room stands a man-sized creature with a warty face standing over a smaller creature of a similar race. With the whip in his hand, the orc chieftain has been beating his servant, who is whimpering beneath him. What will we do now? Attack them both, attack the chieftain in the hope that his servant will help, or leave the room and head back to the junction. So do we attack them both? Do we attack the chieftain, or do we leave the room? While you're making this decision, I am going to empty my bladder. I'll see you in a minute. Back. I was going to take, when I was there, I thought I missed a trick here. I should have taken my microphone with me, and we could have replayed that scene from Naked Gun. Okay. What options have we got here? Also, coming out my son's room is this loud snoring, so he's fast asleep. Attack the chieftain, both. Chief. Rawr, kill. Kill the chief, question the slave. Okay, I think we're going to be attacking the chieftain. So go for the chieftain and hope that it's a picture. Right. So turn to 65. As you spring at the chieftain, his servant rises to his feet, picks up a hefty wooden stick, and joins the melee. but to your disappointment, he attacks you. Little shit. Ungrateful wretch. Seeing this, you may escape, or we continue the fight. So do we try and run away, or do we fight them? He's an orc. Orcs are evil. We are grognards. We should know that by now. Orcs are always evil. You can never trust them. Might as well fight them. We have got maximum skill, so it should be a piece of cake. Orcs. Ha ha ha. I'm Bruce Lee in this. One of the three musketeers, D'Artagnan. Continue the fight. 372. Nearly went to the wrong one there. The battle commences. Okay, let's go to my numbers. I'm fighting the chieftain first, who has stamina 6 and skill of 7. I get a 9 on the first round. He gets a 7. So he's down to stamina 4. I get a 10 on the next round. He gets a 7. He's down to stamina 2. I get a 4 on the next round, which takes me to 16. But he only gets a 6. So chieftain's dead. The servant is much weaker. I get an 8. He gets a 5. I get a 7. He gets an 8. But you add it to your skill, and his skill's terrible. So absolutely waltzed it. It is clearly the way to play these games. Just maximize your skill. I know you're not meant to rearrange the dice, but I did it for this anyway. If you defeat them both, turn to 21. When we have. So number 21, remember that L. The green blood of the dead orcs smells foul as it seeps from their bodies. You step around the corpses and investigate the chest. It is a sturdy affair made of strong oak and iron, and it is firmly locked. Shall we try to smash the lock with our sword, or shall we try to leave it alone and go back out through the open door? Orcs, goblins, kobolds, gnolls, hobgoblins, all evil, always. Fight me. No, it doesn't give the option to use our key here, Halakar. So I'm assuming it's not key for this bit. Hulk smash. Munchie, are you lagging? Just checking, not lagging, because we've already killed the orcs. So we're going to smash the lock. 339. The lock was obviously inadequate. It flies off and lands on the floor several meters away. Of course it was inadequate. It was made by orcs. You lift up the heavy lid and your eyes widen as you see the gold sheen coming from within. A fair number of gold pieces are inside. In one corner lies a small black bottle with a tight glass stopper containing a liquid of some kind. Also in the chest is a silky black glove. But as you are admiring this treasure, you hear a soft click and wince in pain as a small dart shoots forward into your stomach. Roll one die. It says die here. It's written by British people. They should know that British English dice is singular. So that's annoying. In America, die is singular. But in British English, dice is singular. And subtract this number of points from your stamina to determine the effects of the poison on the dart tip. 2 points of damage. If you're still alive, turn to 201. Yes, we're still alive. It's the first thing to hurt us. Still 7 of you watching me after 2 hours and 5 minutes. You've got stamina, more stamina than I have. You sink to the floor, you pull the dart out and decide to bandage the wound. This gives some relief, but you still feel weak. You decide to take it easy and examine the contents of the chest. But if you wish, you may eat some provisions here. Yes, I'm going to eat some provisions. I've got loads. So I'm going to restore some stamina. There we go, back up to maximum. There are 25 gold pieces, and the label on the bottle shows it to be a potion of invisibility. Ooh. 25 gold pieces and a potion of invisibility. Good for 1 dose. The glove is a mystery. You may put any or all of these into your haversack and leave the room. Stamina is hit points, Al. Yes, basically. Yes, Ricardo, dice is singular and plural in England. The only people who say die in England are proper old school war gamers who will have used American games in the 60s and 70s. I had one friend who used to say die all the time, very smugly. And he'd got it from the first edition AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide and believed it to be correct, despite the fact that my dictionary said archaic next to it. And archaic basically means out of usage. So that basically gives you an idea. The only people who say die in Britain are people who've got it from old American war games or who are smug about it. You arrive back at the junction in the passage and walk straight on eastwards. Okay, so we'd go eastwards. Mage's Musings, you live the wrong side of the Atlantic, so fair enough. Fair enough. It's allowable over your side. Just not allowable over here, and the authors are British. But they were nerds in the late 70s and early 80s, so that's probably why they've done it. Because, of course, they did found Games Workshop, the original nerd company in Britain. You arrive at another junction in the passage. We can either go northwards or continue eastwards. North or east? Decide, north or east. They still are nerds. Of course, they're still nerds. Have I ever told... I must have told you the story about the time I met Ian Livingstone, who wrote this book. And there are going to be swear words in this, but we're over 2 hours into the stream. I used to play cricket for a team. Played in a Saturday league at a low club level. It wasn't particularly good. But if you can imagine, if you have trained at boxing for a year and you get in a boxing ring with somebody who has never fought, you're going to completely batter them. If you get in the ring with somebody who's been training all their life, you're going to get battered. This was like me with cricket. I went to a work open day, and Ian Livingstone was the CEO of the company that I worked for. And this was the first time I ever met him. And it was a cricket day. Most people just got drunk. But we had some we played cricket. And the first year we did that, I was the only person who worked for the company who had played cricket before. And it was quite obvious no one else could do anything. And I wasn't particularly good at cricket, but I could do at least the basics, which made me look half decent compared to the others. A year later, we went down for another cricket open day. And this time I took all my proper kit with me and I took it seriously. And Ian Livingstone, who was still a god to me at this time, I was in my 20s and I'd played all these books and I was like, I work for Ian Livingstone's company, it's awesome. So I worked for IDOS Interactive, the computer games firm. And we got to the team selection bit. And Ian Livingstone, he'd never said a word to me the previous year. The first thing he said was, John's on my team. I'm CEO, John's on my team. And I was like, oh, cool. He's picked me. So he picked all the teams. And we all got in a bit of a huddle before the game, and he was giving a bit of a team talk because he was captain. And I think the marketing director was the captain of the other team, CEO versus, I can't remember, it was certainly a board member. And Ian Livingstone said to me, he says, okay, the first thing I'm going to do as captain of this team is hand the captaincy over to John. How was they going? Oh my God, he's remembered me from last year. Because you know how you get when people who are famous say things, and he was famous to me because I was a nerd. So Ian Livingstone made me captain of that cricket team. The first thing I did as captain, now, if you don't play cricket, you probably won't understand this, but I got the ball in my hand. I said, okay, I'm going to bowl the first over because I know what I'm doing. I've played a fair bit of cricket. I am a bowler, which is a pitcher, equivalent to a pitcher in baseball. So I'll bowl the first over. I'm going to set you all in the field to field in the right sort of positions. Livingstone, fuck off to fine leg. Fine leg is the furthest point on the boundary. It's as far away from all what is going on as possible. And Ian Livingstone traipsed off to this far point of the boundary field, and every time he crept in to get involved, I would shout up and say, Livingstone, I told you to get on the boundary, stay on the damn boundary. And he'd turn around and sheepishly go back to the boundary. And I thought it was ever so funny. I thought it was I thoroughly enjoyed doing that. And the best thing about it, though, is we won. We beat the other team. First ball, when we batted, I smashed his rival captain for 6 back over his head. It's the equivalent of a home run. And I've got a little trophy somewhere up in my attic which says Player of the Day awarded by Ian Livingstone, which I still cherish to this day. It's marvellous. Because I was the only one there who had ever played cricket. I think you might be lagging, Major's Musings. Everyone's just gone quiet while I've just been giving that waffle, that story. You might be lagging. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. We have a decision to make. And it is east or north. And so far, I've got 1 east and 2 north. Anyone else want to make a decision on here? East or north? Well, I've got 1 east from Halakar, 2 north from General Nut and L. Anyone else who hasn't voted, vote now. But no, I wasn't a great cricketer. It's probably the equivalent of Little League. Yeah, anyway. Ian Livingstone came across as really nice. He came across as being a really clever guy, and he was very down to earth. But he was a fellow nerd. He was normal. That's the best way to describe him. He was normal. Yes, he's rich, but he just came across as utterly normal. And if he ever watches this stream and remembers being sent to fine leg, hello, Ian. I'm John. I was your captain that day. I smashed the South African guy for 6 back over his head. Yeah. Yes. You see a well-used door on the right-hand east side of the passageway. With your ear to the keyhole, you listen and hear a man screaming for help inside. Shall we open the door, or shall we ignore him and walk on? Halakar, the book here. Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone. Ian Livingstone was the founder of Games Workshop in the UK. He wrote Ian Livingstone, City of Thieves. Ian Livingstone and Steve Jackson, Sword of the Samurai. You can take potions whenever you want. So anytime we pause, we can drink a potion. We don't need to at the moment because we're on maximum luck. It's a potion of luck. So yes, I used to work for the guy who wrote this book. That's why I love these books. I'm biased. I used to buy all my D&D stuff at a Games Workshop in the middle of Birmingham before I knew any of this. So it was really cool. I worked for IDOS Interactive, but initially I got the job with US Gold, who were an importer of American computer games. And I'd been there about 4 or 5 months, and IDOS bought us out. So it's purely by chance that I worked for Ian Livingston, because Ian Livingston owned IDOS. But if you remember Lynx Golf, Sam and Max Hit the Road, Monkey Island, all the Lucasfilm games from the early 90s, early and mid 90s, we'd got the license for those games in this country, along with Duke Nukem 3D. Tomb Raider was another one that was one of our games. So there you go. Anyhow. Open the Door. Might and Magic was another of our games as well, if you remember that. I worked in tech support. I didn't get to make the games. I was just tech support. The door is locked. You may try to charge it down by rolling 2 dice. If the number rolled is equal to or less than your skill score, the door bursts open. Well, my skill score is 12. 2 dice can't go higher than 12. But I'll roll those dice anyway and cross off this 6 that was next. So the door bursts open. Turn to number 36. We've broken open the door. I remember the X-Wing games. Yeah, they were good. The locked door bursts open and a nauseating stench hits your nostrils. Inside the room, the floor is covered with bones, rotting vegetation, and slime. A wild-haired old man, clothed in rags, rushes at you, screaming. His beard is long and grey, and he's waving an old wooden chair leg. Is he simply insane as he appears, or has this been some kind of trap? You may either shout at him to try and calm him down, or draw your sword and attack him. Heroes of Might and Magic is a beautiful game. It's one of our games. So do we attack the old man, or do we shout at him and try and calm him down? And there is artwork. Russ Nicholson again. There we go. Shout, shout. These are the things I could do without. Come on. I'm talking to you. Come on. Are you saying this madman is Dark Knight of Hibernia? I'm playing D&D with him tomorrow night, so I'll have to put that in his Discord. DK Halakar says this reminds him of you. Tears for Fears, great band, fantastic band. I bought Shout when it was released, but Pale Shelter and Mad World, 2 superb records. Steve Jackson, the Steve Jackson involved in these books is the British one, not the guy from the US. DK is sound. DK, DK is the first person to say he knows he's autistic. He knows he jumps to conclusions, but he's ever such a nice guy. He plays bad cop on the on the streams to try and stir things up. But he's a good bloke, and he's very, very clever. He's a lot more clever than he makes out he is. So, shout and calm seems to be the option here. 263. You shout, "You are freed, old man." Shall I do that again? You shout, "You are freed, old man," at the top of your voice. Instantly, his rantings cease. He stops dead in his tracks and sinks to the floor, weeping loudly. As he gradually composes himself, he thanks you many times. You talk with him in the hope of discovering some of the secrets of the mountain, and he begins to tell his story. Pardon me. Many years ago, he was an adventurer like you in search of the Warlock's treasure. He was captured by orcs and thrown into his solitary cell as sort of a pet for the creatures. You ask whether he would like to accompany you into the mountain, but he simply wants to leave and see the world again. You ask him for advice, but he says he knows little. He advises you to pay your respects to the boatman. He tells you that you must pull the right-hand lever on the wall ahead to open the iron gate. Right-hand lever. He has also learned that the keys to the boathouse are guarded by a man and his dog. You shake hands and leave the room and go your separate ways. Add 1 luck. Steve Jackson Games did Car Wars, and I love Car Wars. Absolutely love Car Wars to bits because I'm a car nut. Sorry, it's not politically correct to love cars these days, but I used to compete in motor racing, and the sound of a car going brum, brum, brum makes me go, ah. Anyway, let us continue. So when I play Car Wars, I like to use the gasoline engines and make fast cars that go brum and try and run away a lot. Further up the passage, you see a door in the east wall. You listen hard, but you can hear no sound. Do you want to open the door to investigate? Or shall we walk further up the passage? Open the door to investigate or walk further up the passage. Yeah. The sound of a good, naturally aspirated engine, no turbo, no whoosh from the turbo, but a naturally aspirated engine revving high revs is just superb. I'm into rallying. I know it's not big in the States, but it's a bit of a tradition here. I competed for 6 years, so I've driven rally cars. And I used to drive a little 1 litre, 50 brake horsepower Nissan Micra. And my claim to fame is I had that car at 95 miles an hour through the forests of Wales. 50 horsepower Micra. And I was ever so proud. Never got to 100 miles an hour in it, sadly. I don't think the car could have done 100 miles an hour. But hitting 95 was awesome. I did, however, roll the thing in Penmachno Forest in Wales. I went in 3 ditches in Halfway Forest in South Wales, and I slammed it into a tile wall in Lincolnshire as well. Oh well, these things happen. I never won a rally. Never came last either. So this old nerd can drive a little bit. Not that well, but a little bit. I can left foot brake and get the back end of a front wheel drive car out in the corner and stuff, but can't do it at any real speed. So Ricardo, what's turned you on to talking about social justice warriors and woke Hollywood and the gaming industry? I'm not into social justice warriors either. And I would say, and it's going to annoy people, I am very much live and let live. I believe that people should marry who the hell they want. I don't care what you do in your bedroom, but I just hate people pushing politics in gaming. It's as simple as that. Americans have probably called me a bit of a lefty. In Britain, I'm a bit of a righty. It's just the way we're different. But I'm not I'm not Welsh. No, I'm from Birmingham. I'm from the Midlands. I'm English. But I competed in Wales a lot, and Wales is my favourite part of the world. Absolutely love it. Anyway, yeah, I know Steve Jackson Games got all political, and I don't agree with his politics because gaming. Let's just keep it to gaming. That's my view on it. Let's just keep it to gaming. There's nothing wrong with evil orcs. There's nothing wrong with saving the princess. Can't we just be a bit traditional about gaming and just go with the fairy tales and the mythology and what have you? Why do we have to push the modern zeitgeist into games? We're not playing in a modern world. We're playing in a medieval world most of the time. If I'm playing Call of Cthulhu in the modern world, I don't care. You can do what you want then. But if I'm playing in the medieval world, just think medieval. Anyway, shall we move on? Well, what were our options? Everyone went for open the door. This is what happens when I'm drunk. I've only had a bottle of wine. Wine kills me. I can have 5 or 6 pints of beer and be fine. Bottle of wine, bang. So we open the door, 223. Five or 6 pints of Guinness. That's a proper drink. Guinness. I'm just going to stop the game for politics for a moment. Mark Hawkman, you have absolutely summed it up here. Live and let people believe what they want to believe, but just don't try and force what you believe on everybody else. Let's just get on and let's just have some fun and enjoy ourselves and not drag everything down to bloody politics. Anyway, there we go. That's me. Where were we? The door is firmly locked. Shall we try to force it open? Or shall we continue along the corridor? When are you coming to Britain? When are you going to come to Britain, to England? And when are you going to pour me a pint of Guinness? Pour mastery. That sounds marvelous. As long as you got to drink it afterwards. Guinness does fill you up, but I love it. A good pint of Guinness is fantastic. Halakar, thank you for joining in. Thank you for chiming in the stream. Hopefully we will live. We shall find out. Cheers again. Right. Okay. Faucet, corridor, 1 to 2 on a D6. Are we that strong? we're all the whole buggers. We might have been stronger in our youth, but we're decrepit nowadays. Right. Come on, we all know the orcs are evil like French art. Yes. John Cleese, French accent. Ah, oui, bonjour. Right, we've got options here of corridor, faucet, corridor. Anyone else want to vote? We've only got 6 people in chat at the moment. Things are drifting a little at the moment. It might be because me and that's all. It's all gone. But Fawcett or Corridor? I want some more people to vote. Come on. Or is Corridor going to win? Come on. Okay, Corridor wins. We don't force the door. Right, okay. Corridor wins 300. Of course, it's Friday. I work alternate weekends, and this is my weekend off. So I don't care what time I get up in the morning. I'm having a few drinkies tonight. I'm going to stay up for Legion of Myths live stream as long as I can before I pass out. And then tomorrow I'm going to... I don't care. As long as I'm up for 2 o'clock to win a game of Call of Cthulhu, that's all that matters. And then on Sunday, I'm going to go and watch my daughter play football. So, on the east wall of the passage, you see another door, this time made of solid metal. Listening at the door, you hear the sound of tortured screams coming from within. Shall we open the door or ignore the room and continue up the corridor? Mar Hawkman, I live 120 miles from London. Are you doing the American thing and assuming that England is London? And that, hey, I've got a friend. My friend lives in London. Do you know him? I live 120 miles away. No, L, the wine will potentially, hopefully, keep me awake. Ireland has nice beer and nice scenery and fantastic accents. When I first started work at US Gold, there was a girl who came in every Friday. She was doing work experience and we clicked. It was like, hey, me and her got on absolutely wonderfully. And when I initially didn't like IDOS because when they took over, they moved our office and they got rid of any sort of temporary people. So I never saw her again. And she was lovely. She was absolutely, we got on really well, but I'm mildly autistic and 4 months isn't long enough for me to get to know somebody. 2 years later, I met Becky, who became my wife. So it all turned out well anyway. Anyhow, what were the choices? Right, there's tortured screams coming from within a room. So do we go and investigate or do we ignore and continue up the corridor? I've never set foot on Irish soil because I've been to Northern Ireland and that's British. I've never been to Southern Ireland. I've only been to Northern Ireland, and that is part of the UK. So that might be a bit political to say that. All right. I'm going to scroll up. We've got 1 vote for Corridor from Ricardo. Ricardo's voted for Corridor again. Okay, so we got that twice. But L disagrees and says for investigate. And Mar Hawkman reckons we investigate. Anybody else gonna vote? Or do we go for the 2-1 vote? And my vapes run out of juice. I'll give you until I've refilled my pod. You need a nap, General Nut. You're the other side of the Atlantic. How old are you? It's what, 6:30 p.m. at your time? Munchy Getcho. Right. Okay. Let's just have a little geography lesson here. Been to London, Wales, and Dublin, had a pint in every city. Wales isn't a city. Wales is a country. England's a country, Scotland's a country, Wales is a country, Northern Ireland's a country, Republic of Ireland is a country. United Kingdom is 4 countries combined. I know it's weird. We are strange over here. You 5:30. 24. Have you been up for 24 hours? Lunatic. I've never been to Dublin, Munchie, though. Been to London. I've been drunk in London. We have got our own languages, our own accents. In fact, England must have 20 to 30 different accents. This is just such a small, pathetic nation. I know. Anyway, what are we doing? What are we doing? Looks like we're investigating. Right, okay. Open the door, turn to 102. This is taking longer than the other book because we're wobbling on, but it's fun. I don't care. It's Friday night. I don't care. I'd love to go to Dublin Mage's Musings. I would love to go. And if I ever went to Dublin, I would try and get in touch with DK because I think he'd be a good bloke to have a beer with. I've never been. I've been to Belfast, which is Northern Ireland. I've never been to Southern Ireland. My dad used to work in Belfast, and he worked there in the 80s. And if you know what Belfast was like in the 80s, it was a bit hair-raising. Whenever a bomb went off, he'd phone us to tell us he was okay. But the door is not locked and opens. The room in front of you seems to be a small torture chamber with various torture devices around the walls. In the center of the room, 2 small hunchbacked creatures are having their fiendish way with a dwarf who is tied to a hook in the ceiling by his wrists. The 2 hunchbacks are poking and cutting him viciously with their swords. The dwarf lets out a final scream and falls silent, eyes closed. His captors make disappointed noises and look around angrily at you, as if it were your fault that he has collapsed. You must act quickly, will you? Close the door, continue up the corridor, draw your sword and fight the creatures, or stride over to the dwarf, give him a jab with your sword, and put on an evil laugh for the torturers. That girl at US Gold had the most wonderful Southern Irish accent. I was absolutely enamored by her accent. And I'm just a very, very slow mover when it comes to women. And we were getting on wonderfully. Everyone in the office said we were good for each other. But I'm just so slow. And then But I met my missus. I met my missus 2 years later. So all turned out well. And Mrs. Geek, Rebecca, her name is lovely. I'm going to say that now. She is lovely. Only because she's not here to hear that. She'd be like, stop sucking up to me. She's quiet. She appears to be shy and timid. But if you cross her, she will tear you to bits. And she hates being called Mrs. Geek. Which is why I call her Mrs. Geek. Anyway, what are we going to do? She's probably back in Dublin, Mage's Musings. And that will get me in trouble with my wife. So, never mind. It was 25 years ago. So she probably doesn't remember me. Right, so we've got here sword. Are we all going to run up and jab this? Right, Munchie Getcho. Right, okay. The place you went to, I can tell you that now, is a village on Anglesey. It's an island off the northwest coast of Wales. and it has the longest place name in the British Isles. And are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? That village is called Llanfair Pwch Gwingich Gogerch Windobel Llantysilio Gogogoch. Yes, I can say it. I can speak. I can pronounce Welsh. I can't speak Welsh. I can pronounce it because I've been there lots of times. Anyway, are we going to poke this dwarf with this sword? Yeah. Right. One thing I have heard, I heard a lot of streams talking about the new Rings of Power thing, and the actress who plays Galadriel in that, she is Welsh, and I would love to hear you lot pronounce her name, because every American person I've heard pronounce her name says Morfydd Clark, and that is completely wrong. Completely wrong. Her name is not Morfydd, even though it's Morfydd. You do not pronounce Morfydd as Morfydd at all. It's pronounced Morveth. Morveth. F is a V, Y is a U, and double D is th. Morveth. So we're going for them with the sword. The two goblin torturers look at each other amazed, then look at you, then chatter to themselves and indicate for you to wait while they go off and get another dwarf to give them some more fun. They disappear out of the room and you cut down the dwarf who is, as you guessed, quite dead. You decide it's best to leave and press on northwards up the corridor. Right, I don't know what that village name means in English. It's all about the red brick wall by the church, in the field by the waterfall, blah de blah de blah de blah de blah. And even though in Welsh it's Llanfair Pwch Gogerch Windobel Llantysilio Gogogoch, in English it's Llanfair Pwyl Gwyn Gwy Gogerich Windobel Llantysilio Gogogoch. And yeah, I haven't watched a single second of that show. I've got a good friend who is a absolute Tolkien nerd. Beyond, he can speak Elvish. I'd like to actually interview him on a Wednesday night stream, because he's got a much bigger channel than me, and he does all sorts of making things. He's written his own RPG and stuff, and I think it'd be really interesting to interview. But he's also quite shy, so we shall see. We shall see. But he can speak Elvish, and he watched the first 4. He had Amazon, the subscription. He watched the first 4 episodes, and based on the first 4 episodes, he decided not to renew his subscription, and it was purely because he didn't like the way the show was going. Simple as that. Right, okay, we arrive at the end of the passage where it meets another going east and west, but an iron portcullis blocks our way, and no amount of charging is going to budge it. On the wall to your right are 2 levers, and it seems likely that one of these levers has something to do with raising the portcullis. Are we going to pull the left lever or the right lever? Left lever or right lever? I'm going to see now if you remember what was in earlier on in this stream. Well, I go and fetch another bottle of booze. Most amusing brand name in history. Cockburns. It's pronounced Coburns, but it says Cockburns. It's port, much stronger than wine. My favourite drink. I've only got a small amount left in this bottle, but let's see how we get on. You were paying attention. Right lever it is. You hear a deep rumbling noise and the ground begins to shudder. Slowly and noisily, the portcullis rises into the ceiling. You may now walk to the junction. Are we going to go west or are we going to go east? West or east? Cheers. Somebody sent me a message on Discord. Okay, so we have one vote for West. Is anybody still watching? Is anybody? But 9 people watching, but only one decision there. West or east? West. You know, I'm just going to sit and puff on my vape while you decide what you're doing. That's quite all right, Mage's Musings. I know the video you're trying to get done, and it's a worthy project. So you concentrate on that and ignore my silliness. Is the video that I sent you okay? I don't know if the format was okay. It was a .mov file. I think the dog sitting will be the harder bit. Splendid. L says west, which I'm gonna take as west. Mar Hockman says east. Ricardo says west. Mage's Musing says west. So it does look like Mar Hockman is outvoted, and we're gonna go west. 210. Somebody remember that. Shortly along the passage, you arrive at another junction where you may either go straight ahead westwards or turn northwards. West or north? The thing about Warlock of Firetop Mountain is it's got all the sections in the book are much shorter than a lot of the other books. There's not as much description. And it is simple decisions. It's a dungeon crawl. Hello, Gingerbeard. Nice to see you here, Gingerbeard. Looking forward to tomorrow. Hello, Master Blaster. Blimey, people are turning up now. We're on the second book. We died again in House of Hell. We're playing Warlock of Firetop Mountain now. So. Okay, looks like it's north. Okay, 357. And for those who aren't fully aware, I am mildly inebriated as well, so that adds that extra whatever. The passage runs north for some distance and then starts to open into a large cavern with rough walls. There appears to be no way through. Will we return to the junction or enter the cavern? Gingerbeard. Good. Because you're going to die. Okay, for Mark Hawkman. Shall we examine the cave or shall we be scared and run away? Cavern. 3 go for cavern straight away. That's enough. 57. As you enter the cavern, you hear loud footsteps behind you. Crunching heavily on the rocky floor, you crouch down. Oh, so I will start that again. As you enter the cavern, you hear loud footsteps behind you, crunching heavily on the rocky floor. I need to pay attention to the punctuation when I read. You crouch down beside the entrance in a small alcove in the rock. The steps get louder, and you see a great ogre enter the cavern. He stands over 2 meters tall and is dressed in ill-fitting garments made from some sort of hide. It's Dark Knight of Hibernia. I believe he's over 2 meters tall. He carries a large wooden club. What are we going to do? Are we going to attack him, try and creep out without him noticing, or try and distract him by throwing something into a far corner of the cavern? Attack him, creep out, or distract him? I knew you'd say that, Gingerbeard, because you're a man who does like his drink. Munchie, you are lagging because the choice of north was a long time ago. For those who've not been here, I've drunk a bottle of wine and I've just poured out what was left in my bottle of Cockburns. And the problem with me and port is I drink it like it's blackcurrant squash. it disappears. It's gone already. We've got 3 distracts and 1 creep. 3 distracts, get it? Okay, let's throw something in the far corner of the cavern. 119. I am thinking, is it a good idea if I get somebody else on the stream to sort of help me out with the chatter? It's up to you guys. If anyone wants to join me, come and join me. Yeah. If you're on the stream earlier, you'd understand this bit. As I said, after a few beverages, I'm a jolly type. I'm a very jolly type. Right, you open your pack and reach inside for something suitable to throw across the cavern. Check your equipment list. Choose 1 item to throw and cross it off your list. If you have no equipment, you will have to throw a gold piece. What shall I throw? I'm going to throw some food because I've got 9 items of food left. I can't see myself using it. So I'm going to throw some food. You throw the object across the cavern where it lands with a clatter. The ogre looks towards the noise and goes over to investigate. Meanwhile, you creep out, down the passage and go back to the junction. All right, cheers. Right, brilliant. 269. So does anyone want to come in and chat? You're more than welcome. Ginger, you can come in if you want. Just laugh at me for being stupid. You arrive back at the junction and turn westwards. Right, yes, railroading again. 225. 225, you're slow there, L. The passageway continues westwards and then turns due north. Some way up, you reach a junction where a narrow passage runs off to the west. Will we go northwards or shall we go westwards? North or west? Yes, because my counting might go horribly wrong in a bit. Right, looks like we're going westwards. Okay, the west way is 63. I'm guessing the only reason at 11 o'clock at night, Gingerbeard, that you can't join straight away is either you're eating a takeaway curry or you've got no trousers on. Am I right? As you walk along the corridor, you can see a head that is getting narrower. At one point, you stoop, and as you do so, a deep resonating laugh starts up around you. Do you wish to continue, or shall we turn back? That was a terrible laugh. I do apologize. So do we continue, or do we turn back? And Gingerbeard, I don't think we'll be dead by then because I've played this before and there is a maze somewhere, and I can guarantee you that we will be wandering around that maze until Max starts his stream at about midnight, which is an hour to go. So we have until then to die, complete the adventure, or whatever. Because I'm a member and I'm joining the members live stream of Legion of Myth. So we're going to continue, are we? We're going to continue. 281. The narrow passageway eventually becomes too small for you to walk along. You get down on your hands and knees and crawl. Eventually, you will get no further, and there seems to be no way through. You decide to return to the main passage and go back to the junction. That was useful. Elle, I know, but I'm a recent member, so I've got to experience my first members stream. And the other one, well, I was on it. Max invited me on about a month ago, and I was able to go on because my wife and kids were on holiday, and I was on till from 2 a.m. my time until 8 a.m. and I stayed awake chatting to everyone who'd been on the stream till about 10 a.m. and the next day I was an absolute wreck. So we arrive back at the junction and turn northwards, turn to 77. But Max does keep inviting me back on the stream, but I can't go on at midnight, 2 in the morning, where my wife's asleep next to me because she'll divorce me. Several meters up the passage, you arrive at a junction where you may turn either west or east. Set into the rock in the north wall, there's a small recess where you may rest and eat provisions without being seen. No, because we haven't lost any stamina. We are maximum stamina. So are we going to go west or east? Rolling Bones is a good bloke. I've seen some of his streams. I've seen some of his videos. He comes across, he's a clever guy. He's a nice guy. And the weirdest thing when I went on Max's, when I went on the Friday Night Chill stream with Max, was even though he is more hyperbolic than I am, pretty much everything in life, apart from guns, we agree with. We agree with each other. And the only reason we differ on guns is he's American and I'm British, so we have different sort of upbringings. But everything else in terms of how to play games, how to treat people in life, how to generally approach your family and friends or whatever, me and Max just got on like a house on fire. We seem to be, we did joke that we're brothers from a different mother, because our whole gaming philosophy is identical. Anyhow, west or east? I've got one west, one east. Come on, chat, make your minds up. I could just sit here and you can just stare at me, staring at you. The NPC monologue thing. It's one of those. I don't like players interrupting me when I'm describing things. I give players an immense amount of freedom in the game and the game world, and I'm sure those who played in my recent Call of Cthulhu game and those who are currently playing, like Gingerbeard and Mage's Musings, I give them immense amount of freedom to react in the world as they want to, but I do expect them just to give that little bit of respect back to me to set the scene and just to allow me to develop the conversations and the plot. I mean, in Mage's Musings game, they spent most of the time in a city that's got no description whatsoever in the adventure, or apart from it just says there are better medical facilities in this city. That's it. But they buggered off there and they spent best part of a session in the other city. Well, I was having to make it all up as we go along. I give them that degree of freedom, but I do expect that bit of respect in return, so I can give the relevant plot bits and pieces. It's give and take. It is give and take. White Plume Mountain came first, Munchie. So yeah, it might be based on that. I don't know. What number was I on anyway? 77. That's fine. Have we decided? East or west? We've got one west, two east. I don't tend to do long monologues. They just tend to be something that could be said in about 5 or 10 seconds. But I don't like people shouting out, "I kill him!" as soon as I start talking, because that's pain in the arse. Arse, not ass. Arse. It's a better word, pronounced that way. ARSE. Several meters up the passageway, you arrive at a junction where you may turn either west or east. Oh no, I've already read that bit out. We're going east, aren't we? Yes, we're going east. So eastwards is 345. You follow the passage eastwards for several meters. No, I'm not on about long monologues. No, I don't do particularly long monologues. You follow the passageway eastwards for several meters and it turns to the north. Shortly, you reach another junction where you may either go straight on or you may turn right. That's it. Straight on or turn right. Straight on or turn right. I need more booze already. It's quite sad. There's 7 people still watching me get drunk and vape and read a book, dear. Master Blaster, the question is, how many of you who are in here now were on right at the start? Because I do have a feeling that I think only L has lasted the whole length of the stream so far. Everybody else seems to have been diving in and out. I know Major's Musings arrived late. Munchy Getcho arrived late. Master Blaster hasn't long been in. Gingerbeard's popped in. I don't know if he's still in. People have come in, come out. Mar Hawkman's been in and out, and Elfbait's been in and out. Halakar's been in and had to go. And yeah, we've had lots of people on, but it looks like people are going for straight on. 3, 4, 5, straight on. Straight on takes us to 381. The passageway ends at a wooden door trimmed in iron. Various inscriptions adorn the door, but none make any sense to you. I might have to pee against. You know, when blokes, when we have a few drinks, we hold on and we hold on, we hold on. We have that first pee, and then the floodgates open. And then it's every 15 minutes after that. The bladder just goes fill. Right. Where was I? Various inscriptions adorn the door, but none make any sense to you. You listen but hear nothing. You may either open the door or return to the junction. Yes, I've broken the seal. We have 55 minutes to complete this adventure or die. That's 55 minutes. Open the door. 84. The door opens into a small room, comfortably furnished with a table, several chairs, and a large bookcase which covers one wall. Seated at the table is an old man with a long grey beard. It's Elfbait. And squatting on the old man's shoulders is a small winged beast. That's DK. This creature is no more than 6 centimeters tall. Okay, yeah, DK is about 6'6". It has 2 arms and legs. Its skin is a dusty grey color. It has tiny, sharp white teeth, and its wings are folded behind its back. The old man says nothing as you walk in through the door, but he beckons you over to sit down at the table. He is tossing in his hand 2 small white objects. Will you sit down as he tells you, leave the room and return to the junction, or draw your sword and rush forward? I'll get the hang of this back to front thing soon. Artwork. Russ Nicholson, awesome. There he is. Omanal hasn't showed up tonight. That is really bizarre. Omanal is in every live stream you ever see, but he always talks sense. That's the thing. He always talks sense. He is an absolute blessing to a live stream. He keeps them going. Right. Anyway, sit down. Sit down. Sound like I'm talking to my dog here. Sit. Anybody else want to vote? Or are we all just in favor of sitting down at the table? Victor tends to chime in mostly with Basic Expert streams. And he streams at 2 o'clock on 2 a.m. on a Monday morning, my time, which is really unfortunate because I like the Basic Experts videos. He talks a lot of sense. I've been on his not Discord, the other one. I had a chat with him chat with him at least once, and he's a really nice guy. And I'd love to be involved in his streams and have a chat, but 2 a.m. on a Monday, I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm British. Our times are 6 hours ahead. So anybody else want to vote? Do we want to sit down at the table, as he's asked, leave the room, or draw a sword and run at him like a mad murder hobo? No more votes. No more votes. We are sitting down. 204. The old man does not look up from the table, but his devilish little pet eyes you suspiciously and starts chattering in a small squeaky voice. The old man grunts and asks you whether you are game for a wager. Will you accept, or will we leave the room or attack him? So are we going to gamble? Are we going to gamble with the old man? The reason I know it's gambling is I got to this bit when I played it and failed the adventure. So are we going to gamble with the old man? Because he's clearly got dice in his hands. Gamble, gamble, gamble. 2 gambles. Leave, attack, gamble. Gamble your soul. That's what Ace-Eric would say. Looks like we're gambling. The old man asks you your stake. You may bet between 1 and 20 gold pieces, but not more than you possess, obviously. He tosses the white dice he has been playing with to you and asks you to roll. Roll 2 dice, once for yourself and once for the old man. If your total is higher, you win the amount of your stake from the old man. If his total is higher, you lose your stake. Okay. Right. So I have got 25 gold pieces. How much of that 25 do you want to gamble? Let's get my D6 out. D6. Or I could use the amounts that I've already got written down, which you don't know. Yeah, I'll use the amounts I've already got written down. Bet 20. 5 gold. What I will do, I'll give you a minute to decide what you want to bet, and I'll take the average. So everybody in chat, all 8 of you, woohoo, state an amount of gold pieces, please. And I will take the average, and that's the amount. And I already have the numbers on my list of numbers pre-rolled, so you don't know what's next. L says 20, Master Blaster says 5. My bladder's going again. So you've got until my bladder empty my bladder again. I didn't flush myself down the pan. I went downstairs. I don't know if anyone heard. And I found another bottle of wine. And it was one of those which has got a proper cork in it. And I couldn't find a tin opener. Sorry, tin opener. I couldn't find a corkscrew. And so what I have actually got here is another bottle of port, which could be dangerous. So I couldn't find the corkscrew. So I've had to. Right, I am back, and I have to put my headphones on now because. Hello, Gingerbeard.
I kind of feel like I am just coming on stream to tell you to go to bed. That's
Look, join in. Large glass. This is late bottled vintage port. Glug, 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 glug. There we go. That's quite a lot of port.
That's a lot of port.
That's quite a lot of port. There we go. Right, okay. So where were we? Were we deciding on an amount to gamble? We were, weren't we? And I said I would take the average. Are you good at maths, Ginger?
I am vaguely okay. I'm trying to scroll through the comments and work out what people are betting and if they're betting on your game book or you not coming back.
Of course I'm coming back. Look, I couldn't find a corkscrew, and I'm sure the wife has hidden it somewhere. You know how wives arrange kitchens, and as soon as you learn where everything is in the kitchen, they rearrange it so you don't know.
Well, we have the opposite in our flat. So I am the master of the kitchen utensils, and I fuck with my wife by moving stuff around. So
yeah. Even when I was the chef in this house, I wasn't the master of kitchen utensils. Right, anyway, 20 plus 15 plus 13, sorry, 20 plus 5 is 25, plus 3 is 38, plus 13 is 51.
Wait, slow down, you jumped on.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm autistic with maths. 51 that's divided by 4 is nearly 13, so that's the amount we're gambling. It's 12.75.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Master Blaster's. I've just clicked on the chat to scroll it down, and Master Blaster knew that already. So there we go. Yeah. Master Blaster, you are a maths nerd like me, right? So 12.75. Does anyone know what number we were on before? I've lost my page in the book. Well, what number were we at the book? 204. There we go. 204.
How many fighting fancy adventures end when you are too pissed and you lose your page in the book?
All of them. All the fighting fantasy adventures. All right, we're at 130. Okay, so we've gambled 13 gold pieces. Right. Okay, so we're taking the next 2 rolls on my list of rolls. The next 2 rolls on my list of rolls, we've rolled 8. It's better than average.
That's what she said.
Exactly. And the next roll after that is 4. Ha 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 ha. We've won. So we're now up to 38 gold pieces. 38 gold pieces is fantastic. We've won. And it does say that if we win, we add 2 points to skill, stamina, and luck. But we can't go above our initial ones. And Unfortunately, we are at maximum on all of them, so we gain nothing.
Mm.
Anyway. Next section. You arrive back at the junction and this time take the passageway to the east. This passageway runs for several paces eastwards, then turns north. Doesn't give any options there. The passageway ends at a door at which you listen but hear nothing. Trying the handle, you find that the door opens to reveal a large square room. The room is completely bare, but the floor is covered in a mosaic of tiles. Two shapes stand out on the floor, star-shaped tiles and hand-shaped tiles. A door on the opposite wall is the only way through. What are we going to do? Just simply walk across the room to the door? Walk across the room stepping only on stars? Or walk across the room stepping only on hands? Stars, hands, or just ignore the whole lot. Just open the door. How are you keeping anyway, Ginger? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Looking forward to tomorrow's dose of glucodomol?
Yes, fictional Cocodamol. This is my character in your Call of Cthulhu game. It's not like you.
I'm on real glucodomol for my bad teeth.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. One bad tooth. My teeth are generally okay, but I've just got one bad tooth where filling came out last year. I was too lazy to get it sorted. It's my own stupid fault. Elle says walk on hands because stars would burn your feet.
Yeah.
Is anybody else still chiming in, or is everyone buggered off when I went for a wee? Come on, people. Come on, chat. Well, have we burnt out for tonight? I've been going for 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Yeah.
It's my longest ever
impressive.
Oh,
Master Blaster's in, saying stars.
He's in with stars.
No. Unfortunately, no, Mage's Musings, hands. So we've got 2 for hands.
1 for stars. What do you say, Ginger? You have a vote.
I feel like I've now joined the stream, so I can't vote.
You have a vote. No, you don't have the book in front of you. At least I hope you don't. So give me a vote.
To be honest, I was going to go for hands as well.
You were going to go for hands, right? Okay, so we go for hands. Sorry, Master Blaster. Someone sent me a message on Discord.
Go for feet.
It's probably DK sending me messages. The moment your foot touches a hand tile, you feel a vice-like grip on your ankle and look down to see a ghostly white hand gripping your leg. You fight for your balance and manage to regain it. But to your horror, you see that from every hand-shaped tile in the floor, a similar apparition has appeared. And the floor across to the door is now scattered with ghoulish hands flexing and snatching in the air. You draw your sword and chop at the hands. Resolve this battle.
Yeah, sorry. Should have seen that coming. That happened to me all the time when I used to lay floor tiles. So.
You get groped by ghostly hands.
Yeah.
It's a perk of the job.
Yeah. Well, some people would see it as a perk. Pension was pretty bad, so...
Right, okay, so as we do with combat, it has to be I roll for me. The next roll is a 7, which gives us 19. The hands 14, so we win. Next roll is a 6, which gives me 18. The hands get 15, which means we've beaten the hands. The main reason why I was a bit unsure about running this book is all of the combats I remember when I ran through it and failed it were really easy. The reason I failed is I didn't find all the keys. which is frustrating. You get to the end of the book, having beaten everything, and you just haven't got all the items that are needed.
That's a standard Steve Jackson, Ian Livingston writing, isn't it?
Yeah. I have beaten Death Trap Dungeon though, so that is the hardest one.
I remember one of them. It was like it's not the Time Thief, because that's not one of their ones, but it was something like that. And in the front of the book, it's like, oh, you need, there's an extra special chart that you've got to track this, and it wasn't in the book. And my mum had got it for me, and I was like, where the fuck's this chart, Mum? What are you doing? And she was like phoning up the bookstore, like, did something drop out? Where is it? No, it's just like an editing error. Like, they'd not had it in the first place. So that destroyed my Final Fantasy experience for me. Sorry, Mum.
Whoops. Okay, the hand withers and shrinks back into the floor. At the same time, the other hands stop dead and slowly fade away downwards into the tiles. You decide this time to step on the star-shaped tiles and step carefully across the door into the north wall, and the door opens. Add 2 luck points. No, we can't because we haven't used any luck. And turn to 162. The passageway ahead runs northwards, and you follow this until you reach another junction. Here you may either continue, or you may turn westwards. So we have the option, northwards or westwards. And we're down to 4 people in chat. Everyone's deserting us. Going over to Max's stream, aren't they? $162. L, 162. I have a feeling L's got a copy of the book in front of him, but this is 162 in my book.
Oh, 2 for north. Thank you, Master Blaster.
So we're going north, are we? North.
Nope. Mage's Music. Fighting Fantasy collection away now. I do too, Mage's Musings. I gave mine away as well. So. Yep. Let's all go for north then.
We're back up to
23.
Back up to 6 in chat. 2 people have either rejoined, zoned out, and or fallen asleep and woken up. Anyhow, the passageway ends at a solid doorway, and you are surprised to see a leather skirt tacked along the bottom of the door. Dominatrix time. You listen but hear nothing. Will you enter the door or return to the junction? Enter this door. I want to see what's in here. I want to see what.
No, it's just a draft excluder. It's your draft excluder, a leather skirt. Like.
Look, we're middle-aged heterosexual men, so we're allowed to be dirty pervs, aren't we?
I mean, you're describing yourself.
So you're not heterosexual then?
Jury's out. Like, I'm sure my wife is still unsure. Middle age, like maybe.
You're in your 40s, aren't you? You're 40-ish.
I'm just turning 40, so
you're turning 40.
Yeah.
So you're 39.
Yeah. It's really sad because I went to university as a mature student. So November. I'm going up to Leicestershire. Sorry, there was some debate on the pedantic server as to how to pronounce Leicestershire.
Well, you've pronounced it correctly, Leicestershire.
Yeah. For a mate's
Leicestershire.
birthday. Yeah. For a mate's birthday, and like, because he was like a fresh-faced 18-year-old when he went to uni, where I met as a mature student, he's turning 30. Oh no. Like,
Look, I'm going to say to chat, look at me and Ginger side by side. Would you think there's 11 years between us?
I mean, you've probably got far better teeth than I have. So
No, my teeth are crap at the moment.
no. You can complain about your one tooth.
One tooth, yeah, one tooth. I promise
I
one tooth. It's
I
one
have
on the back.
I have multiple gaps around. That's why, like, when you see me on stream, I'm very careful to not open my mouth too much.
Ginger may have more grey, but Ginger has more hair. Anyhow, where were we?
Open the door! Open the door!
Open the door! Yes, open the door. God damn it!
I kind of feel like if we need to make this the full experience, we need like DK on as well, but he's got to wear like the nightmare helmet from the kids' nightmare TV show.
I remember that TV show.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. DK, log on, you git. You giant Irish git. You enter a small room with bare rocky walls. On the far side, on the far wall, hangs a golden key. There appears to be no way through the room. Do you want to go for the key or leave it and return to the junction? I always go the wrong way. It does look a bit dubious.
It's like a vagina to me.
I was trying not to say it.
It's all right. You've been going for 3 hours. The monetization thing is not picking up, Henderson.
It's not going to pick up now, is it? And it is well past the cut-off time in the UK, which is 9 o'clock for filthy stuff. So,
what if some kids who are into fighting fantasy watch this stream tomorrow?
Their parents are at fault. Parents, send your kids to bed. All right, do we go for the key or do we ignore the key and return to the junction? Is this the key that I missed when I played this through the first time for the review? Because I don't remember this. Go on, chat. There's 8 of you. The key is glowing.
No, touch it. Go for the taint.
I have discovered the key to streaming tonight, though, and that is to have a few beers, because I normally just stutter and run out of things to say. And it's been verbal diarrhea tonight. I do apologize to everyone who's had to listen to me talk nonsense. If you ever went to the pub with me, this is what I'd be like after about 4 or 5 beers. It'd just be like, and you'd have to listen to me talking nonsense for hours. That's why people get up and walk away. Anyhow,
go for the key.
Yes, get the key. Come on, let's get the key. All right, let's go for the key. 35. 35L, you're making notes of these. As you step into the room, the door swings shut. Haha, surprise. Never seen that before. As it closes, there is a click and a hiss. From the center of the ceiling, a jet of gas is filling the room with an acrid vapor. You breathe and cough deeply. You look at the door and then the key. Will you return to the door and escape quickly? Or will you hold your breath and dash for the key? So to make this feel right,
Done. You make me want to go for a cigarette now.
there we go. That makes it feel right. Acrid vapor. That's actually quite nice.
I think
Not sure.
everyone's saying hold your breath and go for the key. I don't know if it's because of your special effects or if it was just a gut instinct on behalf of all our lovely commenters.
Let's dash for the key. Come on, key. Be the right key. You snatch the key from its hook. It has the number 125 inscribed on it. But your lungs are bursting. It is the key I missed when I played this last time. Like that. Roll 2 dice. If the number is less than or equal to your skill score, you make it across the room. Well, my skill score is 12, so I can't do equal to or less than that because we were sneaky at the start and put that 6 on skill. If you know your fighting fantasy, that's how you do it. Okay, 136. So we've got a key with 125 on it. Remember that. Remember that.
Warlock of Travelodge.
Warlock of Travelodge. When I was doing judo regularly, we stayed in so many travel lodges because my daughter fought in the Great Britain squad, and we were doing. My son fought in a lot of big tournaments as well, but male judo tournaments are a lot more competitive. She was fighting in groups of 8 to 10 in her age and weight. He was fighting in groups of 30 to 40. So if he got a medal, as in top 4, it was like absolutely astonishing. If she got a medal, it was to be expected. He was technically better than she was, but he never believed it, which was really quite sad. Yeah. I've got video of my lad at the age of 8, 9, 10 doing judo, and it is sublime to watch. But he only did it when he cared, when it mattered. The amount of times he'd go out there and just fall over was just ridiculous. It's like, Jake, you know what to do. Just deck the guy. And it was only when the coach gave him a kick up the backside that he'd actually do it, but it was too late by then. Yeah. Whereas she'd go out there so determined to win. She was number 3 in Britain at one point at her age and weight. He was probably about 10th to 15th. He trained with the Great Britain squad, but would never have made it in. But she was number 3 in Britain. She was invited to fight for the Midlands on numerous occasions. But hey ho.
Surprise me, I'm only on the periphery of, like, I've got friends and people who do judo, but like it's so competitive in the UK, like the judo scene.
It is. It's insane. And I'm really sad that she's given up. Effectively, well, COVID affected that and exams, but she's playing football now, and judo's made it unfair because she takes up a new sport and she's so fit and strong that she just kills people at new sports. She did a school badminton tournament. It was a county thing, and she'd been playing badminton for a year, and she played against a player who represented the county. And when she took up badminton, we phoned up a local club and said, she's taking badminton as part of her examinations. Can we get her in? And we're like, if she's only doing it as her examinations, no, we're not interested. And we were like, oh, well, okay. So she played it anyway. And she won the county title and beat this girl in the final who was playing for the county team. We were like, tough shit. She's beating her because she's fit. Now she's playing football, and she's playing she's just turned 18, playing for a women's team, and it's absolute carnage because judo makes you so fit and so strong and gives you such good balance that it's unfair. And once she gets the idea of sport in terms of the tactics, she kills people. Anyhow, 136.
136.
You arrive at the door, struggle with the lock and open the door. You burst out, closing the door behind you, and take several deep breaths and return to the junction.
Yep, it's every time I leave a vape store.
Now, so if you ever a father of a young child, get them to a martial art, because kids go through all sorts of stuff at school. If they are good at a martial art, and if the other kids know they are good at a martial art, they will never get any grief from any kids at that school. And that martial art will help define them, give them purpose, give them fitness, discipline, and yeah, okay. I will stop. I will stop proselytizing about martial arts at the moment.
Oh Jesus! You
think
may as well skip 229. You arrive back at the junction, and this time turn right, turn to 69.
Have you got a PDF of it up there on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a totally legally acquired PDF.
Honest. Some way along the passage, the corridor bends around to the north, and you follow it until you reach another junction. At this junction, you see an arrow cut into the rock, pointing to the north, and you decide to try this direction. Turn to 244. My daughter has returned home. You can hear her in the background now. She's gone for a wee. She talks when she's on the toilet. She'll be glad to know the internet now knows that she's having a wee. The passage runs northwards, and ahead you can hear the splashings of an underground river. The air becomes cool and fresh. You soon reach a wide opening of a riverbank, but despair as you look across to see no way through on the other side. To the east, the river flows through a cave in the rock. You may either sit, rest, and eat provisions, there's no point, or continue what seems to be the only way forward by jumping in the river and swimming downstream.
Well, he's told us there's no point, so I guess we're jumping in the river.
Ricardo, I'd like to know, what age did you get your black belt at? I was 48 when I got mine. And I beat people who were younger than me at my grading. In fact, it felt great to go out there and batter some kids at a grading who were all bigger and stronger than me, because that's what matters. Excellent. I mean, in Britain, you can't get a black belt at 15. You have to be at least 16 to get a black belt, but still 15 is awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Our sensei was the Commonwealth and British. In fact, he was British champion 13 times at his age and weight, which is going some. I think he did it 11 years in a row and then got disqualified one year and then won it another year. And he did the Commonwealths. He did the World Championships and lost in the second round of the World Championships. But still, any of those tournaments, you've got to be damn good. Okay, 399. The current is strong and takes you swiftly downstream. You're washed along through a narrow opening and out into a large cavern with banks on both sides. The current washes you onto the south bank. Turn to 218.
Oh shit, 218. We're in London.
You're on the south bank of an underground river, facing across its black depths. There appears to be 4 ways of crossing. To your left, a rusted bell bears the sign, "Ferry service, 2 gold pieces. Please ring." There's a small raft in front of you on the bank with there's a small raft in front of you on the bank with a long stick resting beside it. You could punt across the river. A rickety old bridge crosses on the right. If you don't trust any of these, you may swim. What do you want to do? Ring the bell, punt the raft, risk the bridge, or swim?
4 choices. This is going to divide chat.
Master Blaster reckons we ring the bell and pay the ferryman.
Yeah, and L has said pay the ferryman, so let's ring the bell. Ring
Ricardo,
my
I got my
bell.
black belt with a classic Uchigak in the third fight on my my lineup. Dropped the guy on his back. To this day, I don't know if he took a dive or not. I don't know if it's the River Styx. It might be the River Styx. Is this Karen?
Everyone's saying pay the ferryman. I mean, good on him. He probably doesn't get like pensions or whatever, so if he uses services.
Let's ring the bell then. Let's ring the bell. The bell gives a dull clang, and after a few moments, you see a withered old man climb into a small rowing boat moored on the north bank. He rows slowly across to you, moors the boat, and limps towards you. He asks you for 3 gold pieces. When you protest at the price, he mumbles some flimsy excuse about inflation. He begins to get angry at your protestations. Do you pay him the 3 gold pieces, or do you threaten him? Munchie, forget this bit.
An old withered man. Honestly, I think we should pay him, because if you don't, he'll judo throw you into the Styx.
Ricardo, I got my black belt at £160. I currently weigh about 180. So if I was going to go back into judo and compete again, I'd have to lose about £20, which is a bit of an effort at 50 years old. Yes, I'm 50. Don't look it. I know. Yes, he looks so young. His hairline is the hairline of a young man.
I'd rather have your teeth and be bald than my fuck teeth and have a good hairline.
But you've got hair. You've got hair. That's what matters. I'd rather have your hair. Don't care about teeth. Who cares about eating? People reckon we pay. Okay. So we're paying 3 gold pieces to 272.
He calms down, takes the gold. Deduct this from your gold.
Go on,
rows
you read this
across
bit,
the north bank. After mooring the boat, he ambles off down a passageway. Turn to 7.
Thank you. I'll go straight to 7. Well done, Gingerbeard.
I thought I'd, just make myself useful. I'm not like, sorry, just like countdown, where I'm just like writing stuff on the map.
You're on the north bank of a fast-flowing river in a large underground cavern. Turn to 214.
Oh, God.
Yes, this is a problem with this first book. There's too much flicking. Facing northwards, the rock face is smooth and glistening with moisture. Isn't moist the most interesting word in the English language? Moss of many different hues grows on the surface. There is an eerie silence punctuated only by the splashings of the river as it flows behind you. Here we have 3 options. A passage runs off to the northwest. A large timber door is directly in front of us. And another passage runs out to the river, along the river eastwards. So, do we follow the east passage along the riverbank? Do we open the door directly ahead of us? Or do we go northwest?
Well, while you're deciding, I'm actually going to have to bounce out of the stream because my wife has come home from a hen do. So,
so she's going to be absolutely hammered right now.
Yeah, she is. I'm surprised she didn't see her on camera when she came and saw me.
It's early to get home from a hen do. I thought she'd be home at 2 a.m. if she was a hen do.
We're very sedate round our way. It's not like Midlands partying.
Whereabouts in the British Isles are you at the moment?
I'm dox myself. I'm in Andover.
Down south in Hampshire.
Yeah, West Hampshire. Born and raised. No, I'm not. Not born and raised in Hampshire.
I thought you had a link to Nottingham at some point.
I did do a master's in Nottingham, but
Right, okay.
most of my family are from your way. I'm pretty sure my uncle might be your postman.
Fair enough. It is a small world.
Yeah,
I can't
but
remember seeing our postman for the
yeah.
last 5 years because I'm never here when he arrives.
If he looks like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit, then that would be my uncle.
Big ears and a thing about cheese.
Yeah, basically. Um,
And a dog
but
who's cleverer than him.
that too. Everyone is just saying, door. I will leave it here. It's been good to pop on. It'd be nice to come on these, like, because I know I was pushing you to run these Final Fantasy Fighting Fantasy streams. So yeah, it'd be good to pop on more often because this has been
Yeah,
really
do it.
enjoyable.
Do
And
it.
yeah,
It's all a bit. It's just a way to relax on a Friday night and not spend any
yeah.
money, isn't it? Because
Well,
we got no money at the
yeah.
moment. Nobody's got any money at the moment.
But I am going to bed, and regardless of how long these people get you going, you should probably go to bed too.
I'm staying up for the. In fact, I've got 7 minutes before we have to pause for tonight.
Oh yeah, because
So
you reached the max out stream.
yes, so I
Yeah.
am going to say to chat 7 minutes left on this book, and we'll continue this book next week if we don't complete it in the next 7 minutes. So bear that in mind. But thanks, Gingerbeard.
Yeah. Good night, all. Especially Major's Musings. I've been watching your videos. I need to talk to you more about stuff. I really love
They're great,
Thunder
aren't
Rift
they?
and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But good night.
Right, so I think everyone's saying go for the door. 104. As you probably might hear in the background, my wife and daughter are home now, so it might be a good time to finish in 7 minutes. You find yourself in a short, narrow passageway with a door ahead to the north. You try this door. Okay, yep, railroad me. The door squeaks open on rusty hinges. The room is dark, and your eyes begin to adjust themselves as you close the door behind you. You hear a shuffling in the room, but before you can react, a blow to your head knocks you senseless. Lose 2 stamina points and turn to 122. You awake with a throbbing head and look around. The room is about 8 meters square with doors to the north and south. You have been dumped in the southwest corner. Standing motionless in the center of the room are 4 men. At least they appear to be men. Their skin is a greeny grey color. Their clothes are tattered and torn, and they are all staring vacantly at the ceiling. One carries a club, one a scythe, one an axe, and one a pick. They are ignoring you completely. Around the room are various peasant-style weapons, pitchforks, axe handles, pointed sticks, etc. 1 or 2 shields, several barrels. In the northeast corner is a human corpse with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. You move your hand up to your head to feel for signs of blood, and you are relieved to find you are not bleeding. But as your hand moves, the strange creatures in the center of the room turn their eyes down towards you. There we go. What do we do? Do we try to talk to them, jump to our feet and charge them with our sword, or scramble for an exit the southern door? So we've got talk, charge, or south. Nice of Gingerbeard to join us. I would agree, Major's Musings. I did watch the highlights of the Dolphins game last night, and Tua's injury looks nasty. Yes, I know my American football. I'm a Brit who knows his American football. Tua Tagovailoa is a highly entertaining quarterback, but I'm an Eagles fan, and we've got Jalen Hurts, and yeah, he was a bit iffy last season, but he looks brilliant this season. Might be something to do with AJ Brown. AJ Brown is just quite good opening up for Devonta Smith, but I will shut up about American football. So we've got options of Major's Musings wants to run away, Master Blaster wants to charge, L wants to talk, Ricardo wants to talk, Master Blaster says no good talking. I'll let you decide. You've got 2 minutes before I have to go. I'm going to say this is probably the last decision we're going to make tonight before I stop the stream and we start again next week. So you've got 2 minutes to make a decision in chat. So off you go. We're coming up to 4 hours. It's my longest stream ever. Good God. I've never gone this far. Show image again, please. Okay. Yeah, they look like zombies to me as well. Focus, camera, focus. They look a bit dead. And a bit skinny, a bit anorexic. Flee, flee like the wind. Do we have... Okay. Major's Musings says run away. Master Blaster thinks charge. L says talk. Or shall we stop it here and have this as the first decision next week? It's up to you guys, because we've got about 40 seconds before I'm going to close the stream. Up to you. I'll make a note of 122 on my character sheet. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think a cliffhanger is absolutely fine. Dun dun dun. Yeah, that is absolutely magnificent. So we're coming up to it's just about to hit midnight here. And so I'm going to say thank you all for everyone who's stuck around in chat. I think L's the only one who's been here the whole time. L is a man with stamina. No problem, Ricardo. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've thoroughly enjoyed having a few drinky poos with you guys. And I think I don't care the fact that we're only 8 people watching, because people are engaged, people are chatting away, and it seems like you're enjoying the book. So I've made note. We're at 122. We're at the bit where we've got to decide what to do with what look like zombies. So I think 8 o'clock next Friday, 8 o'clock my time. So it's 2 o'clock in most of America. But I'll announce a stream and whatever. So thank you all once again for taking part. It's been great fun, and I'm going to depart and annoy Max on Legion of Myth for the next few hours. Good night, all. Cheers for playing. See ya.